Alright, it's been a minute yet again. This isn't Elden Ring. No, it is not. Taking a break from Elden Ring for a little bit, getting a little more variety on the channel by trying some different things. So today we're going to be playing a little bit of Slay the Spire. Slay the Spire, for those that don't know, is a deck building roguelite game. A lot of games recently have been more or less copying the design of it in the terms of there's multiple paths you can go through, and going through those multiple paths, it can lead you into enemies, it can lead you into item shops, you can end up fighting bosses and whatnot. But once we get into it, you'll get a better idea of what I'm talking about. With it being the first stream and all, we're gonna go a little bit slower and try and explain it a bit more. I've played it for like less than a week, so I have a little bit of idea of what I'm doing. But yeah, let's get to it. Embark on a quest to slay the Spire. Let's go. And as you see, there's 4 characters here, but we actually only have access to the Ironclad. The Ironclad has 80 HP, 99 gold in hand. A remaining soldier of the Ironclad sold his soul to harness demonic energies. Burning Blood, which is a relic, which is like a passive power-up, essentially. At the end of combat, heals 6 HP. Pretty... in the beginning, it seemed alright, and then I started getting better at it, and then it just seemed kind of meh. Like, when you're first learning the game, it feels good, because it helps you not immediately get punished as much as you would otherwise. But, yeah, later on, when I had gotten to the harder difficulties and stuff, 6 HP after every combat was just not cutting it. So generally, I would cut it at some point. No face cam currently because my ring light is broken. That was providing all of my lighting. I tried doing it just with the regular camera on its tripod that it came with, and my face was like basically black. It was just all in shadows. It wasn't good. I need to get new lighting soon. That or try and fix the lag on it. Exordium Act 1. So there's 3 acts in this game. So as I was talking about with the routes, you can choose any of the 4 here, and by choosing whichever one you go to, you follow that path. So if we chose this one, we would hit these 2 question marks, hit that enemy being the 3rd spot, and then it'll break off from there, in which case we have 2 different paths we can go through. Of course, you can start from any of these 4 points, and depending on how they line up, you can crisscross pretty much as it allows you to do so. As you see over there, we got on the legend, unknowns. Basically, anything can happen in them, so good or bad, it just you're taking your chances with them, essentially. Merchants, pretty good. It's a free space in the fact that you never get attacked at a merchant. So if you do get a merchant and you're just down on HP bad or anything like that, they can be a useful stopping location if you need to be able to pick up some relics, which are the passive upgrades. You can pick up cards, which is how you battle, and remove cards as well, which if you ever played deck builders, removing cards is generally pretty good, because especially from what I found playing in some of the harder difficulties, being the ascension levels, is that your starting deck is pretty awful and you want to get rid of it as soon as possible. Up next, we have the treasure chest. As you can probably imagine, you get relics and gold, relics generally being essentially like the highest tier item in the game you can get, so there's always at least like one, I think maybe two treasures on every act, so. And you're always guaranteed to get them through the area, as long as you don't actively opt out of skipping them, which you can do. You're not forced to take anything in this game. You could go through the entire game with your same basic deck you started the game with, and end it. It's gonna be very difficult, but I'm sure somebody out there has done it. Here's the rest locations. The rest locations, you can heal, or you can upgrade a card. Depending on what relics you can get, you can also get other benefits out of it. By resting, you end up healing, or you can upgrade a single card to a more powerful form. Some cards get like a massive boost with upgrading them. Others, like, it's still a boost, right? But some are just built different. Of course, these are the regular enemies. You're always guaranteed to fight something whenever you go into those locations. And then you got the elites, which are powerful, and once you beat them, you gain a relic. So ideally, you want to run through as many as you can in order to get all the relics to keep scaling yourself up, so that way you can fight the final boss and have a legitimate chance at it. But later in the game, as I found out, dodging them works out better sometimes, and you can easily get overwhelmed if you get too greedy. So with all of that, I'm trying to figure out what path I want. I think I'm gonna go ahead and take this one. Yeah. So I just started a new one. I have another one that I was playing through a little bit, but I figured I would start a new one so that way everybody could see the starting experience, essentially. So yeah, energy-based system. Cards can cost from 0 to 3, with 3 being the max, 0 being the minimum that you'll end up paying on it. Your base energy is 3, and you always have a hand of 5 cards, unless some special effects are taking place. Block, ideal, exactly what it sounds like. You block damage, but it wears off at the next turn, so you can't just keep stacking block forever and expect like, oh, I can just block my way to victory. Not always the case. Block is very situational. It's very good. It's just also very situational, and on certain characters harder to get than others. Another thing is the intent of the enemy. You can actually see there's a relic which will reward you with a permanent energy boost if you decide to take it, but it removes enemies' intentions, so you just have to guess what they're going to do. I would never recommend picking that up, even for the energy. Is just, for me, I'd never found it worthwhile. Alright, so we got our most basic of basic decks here. We've got Strike, which is just do 6 damage. We have Bash, which costs 2, deal 8 damage and apply to Vulnerable. What Vulnerable does is you take 50%, you do 50% more damage to anybody that's been applied to it. So if you bash somebody and then you hit them with Strike, all of a sudden Strike's going to be doing 9 damage instead of 6. Pretty sizable damage difference. Strike, from how I've been using it, generally doesn't seem to be the greatest of cards for what it does. The damage is relatively lacking for a 2-cost energy card. And 2 vulnerable, you can get that from other places. And then, of course, we got block. Gain 5 block. It's a very low amount of block for the game, so generally getting rid of your starting hand whenever you have the opportunity to do so is something I like to do. So as you can see there on our left, we have an energy cost. I used a Strike. Now we're down to 2 out of 3. In the corner over there where it has the L2 trigger is my draw pile. Down there on the bottom right, below my end turn, is my discard pile. So I used a Strike, it went into my discard pile, I lost some energy, and that's about all that's going on. For what these guys are doing, this guy's gonna buff. You also have a passive called Curl Up. So whenever you do damage to him, he'll roll up and gain 7 block. This only applies once per battle. So you could even hit him with a move that does 1 damage, and it would still proc this. So generally, you just want to hit them once, and then focus on them the turn after that, because you lose block at the end of their turn. So really, the idea of the curl up is for the game to, like, from what I understand, to teach you that just don't go all in on enemies all the time. Because if I had used a strike right there and this guy had a 7 block, the block would have negated it 100%, and I wouldn't have been able to use my block, which ended up giving us 5, which is enough to take care of this guy. This guy's gonna buff, not much we can do about it, it's just something's gonna happen. So these two are gonna lose their block next turn, in which case they'll go back down to 7 health and 8 health. Still decently healthy, but we'll be alright. We're a bit of a thick boy ourselves, so it's all good. 10 damage, no thank you. And we have just enough to go ahead and block that. One of the rules I've noticed of Slay the Spire is it's really a race. There's a few builds where you can get away with playing it slow, but generally from what I've noticed, it's generally a DPS race on who can out DPS who first, which will become very much so more apparent in later, harder difficulties in the game, but for now we're kind of just chilling. That's Power Card. Power Card are passives that remain for the duration of the combat. So if I played Metallicized, it's going to cost me 1 energy, but at the end of every one of my turns, I gain 3 block. Of course, I'm going to lose that block on each turn after that, but for the time being, I can play that for 1 cost and know at the end of the turn that I will gain 3 block from it. Not necessarily a Metallicized fan, 3 block is just absolutely nothing. There's very few enemies that hit under 5 in this game, so gaining 3 is really not much. And Headbutt I like a lot. Deal 9 damage, put a card from your discard pile on top of your draw pile. So if you used the card, you liked it, you want it back, you headbutt it, or re-put it back on the top of your deck, so then you have it for immediate use later. And it's decent damage for 1 cost. Our strikes were doing 6, headbutts doing 9, so it's already 1.5 times the damage of our strike, and it's the same energy, and we have a card effect on top of it, so pretty good. Perfect strike, or perfected strike, earlier in the game, pretty good in the fact that it does 6 damage, and you deal 2 additional for all cards containing strike. Early in the game, basically the only cards you have are strikes and defense. So you get a hefty bonus for picking this up earlier, but it falls off rather quickly. By like the second act or so, you're like, alright, I've got my use out of it. If you have it by the 3rd act, you're holding on to too many strikes. I like Headbutt more. It's more affordable for what our energy cost is at the moment, so that's what we're going to go with. We went through a question mark. Among the stone and boulders, you noticed an intricate large blue stone resembling a wing. You find gold spilling from its cracks. Maybe there's more inside. So generally, the question marks will lead you into these situations. Not necessarily this situation, but situations in general. So we've got 3 options to this. We have Prey, which we can remove a card at the cost of 7 HP. Our second option is Locked, because we didn't pick up Perfected Strike, which would allow us the second option because it requires a card with 10 or more damage. Of course, Headbutt only has 9, so that's not going to allow that. Or we can just leave. So we can remove a card from our deck at the cost of 7 HP. I'm going to remove a card. Usually card removal is pretty good. we just picked up an attack, so getting rid of an attack is fine. We essentially traded out a 6 damage card for a 9 damage card and kept our hand size the same, which means that we'll be able to pick up a headbutt more often, which means we'll have access to that higher damage more often. A strange blue humanoid with a golden helm approaches you with a huge smile. Hello, friend, I'm a cleric. You interested in my services? Creature shouts loudly. So I can heal, which is going to cost me 35 gold, but I'll get 20 HP, or I can purify for 50, which will remove a card from my deck. You can also check in your past on the situations, because that can definitely help you. Like, we have no merchants on this floor until basically the very end. So if I was coming up on a merchant tile earlier, then I would consider holding on to my gold for the chance of buying up relics and potentially better cards. Right now, just keep thinning my deck. Just keep thinning it. Ow. These guys are a bit annoying. They're relatively tanky and they do a lot of damage early that is hard to mitigate. So we're gonna do a setup. We're gonna block some of the damage. We're guaranteed to take damage. I only drew one block. It is what it is. So we're gonna set up. We're gonna bash it. This is gonna give him 2 vulnerable. So next turn, I'll do 50% more damage on each of my attacks, assuming I end up pulling any of them, which thankfully I ended up pulling 2. So now instead of 6, as you can see down there in the green number there, you apply it, it deals 9 damage. So we're going to go ahead and hit him with 2 of those. Go ahead and throw a block on there. We know we're going to take 2 damage. It is what it is. When you see this icon above their head, it means he's going to attack me for 7, and then he's going to block for whatever amount it gives him. Seems a little cheap, honestly, considering that we're forced to use an attack is purely an attack, and then a defense is purely as the defense. We get better cards later, which essentially gives them the same effect as him, but because we're playing a completely new slate, we don't have access to those yet. Eventually we'll be able to unlock them and do them from that. But currently we're playing with essentially a weaker deck than what we could be just for starting the game off. Potions is another thing that exists. Potions, you can play them whenever in the fight, and they all have different effects. Like this one, choose one of 3 random attack cards that adds to your hand. It costs 0 this turn. So you get a random attack and you get to play it for free. Pretty good when you need the extra DPS. They also stay with you from room to room, so you can carry these all the way until the end of the game if you want to. Like I could carry this all the way to the final boss and it would still be there. After every minion fight, as you could probably call these, you get a card reward, which gives you 3 options. Depending on what relics you pick up, you can at times gain more access to more cards, or you can lose access, although you're rewarded for it. So we have Twin Strike, deal 5 damage twice. Clothesline, deal 12 damage, apply to weak. What weak does is reduces enemy damage by 25% on the ones that are inflicted with it. So if you're gonna do 10 damage, you know, you're only gonna be getting hit for 8 instead of 10. Noticeable. Especially later on, especially on bosses, because they hit pretty hard. Drop kick, deal 5. If the enemy is vulnerable, gain 1 energy and draw 1 card. So essentially it makes the card free if they're vulnerable and you get card draw out of it. The condition being that they have to be vulnerable. Now this isn't the worst card. The only problem with it in our current deck is I only have 1 card that applies vulnerable. And the chances that I grab it and have the ability to use bash at the same time, not necessarily the highest. Clothesline, good amount of damage, applying weak is good. Twin Strikes, 10 damage for 1 cost is pretty nice. It's 2 less than Clothesline. Of course you lose out on the weak, but it's also 2 damage. we're pretty low on energy at the moment. Your baseline is 3, but you can get crazy amounts of energy later. So in terms of like where our energy level's at, we're the lowest of the low. So gotta be decently careful about picking up heavy cards like that. By heavy cards, I mean heavy costing cards. So we can be forced to go this way. We'll hit 2 question marks, bare minimum. We'll hit an elite. We'll hit a 3rd question mark. We'll hit a chest. And then, yeah, we don't have healing for quite a bit if we go this way. We don't have a lot of healing if we go anywhere this way. I'm gonna go this way. These guys are looking to debuff me. So they're not attacking, so we don't need to play any of our defense. We could just wail on them. Thankfully, that guy only had 9 HP. No real reason to throw the block on there other than you can, so why not, right? So this guy's got HP. So let's get our defense out there. He made me frail, in which case I gained 25% less block from guards from that, for however long I am afflicted by it. For him, it's only 1 turn, as you can see they're down by the 1, but you can be inflicted as many times as you want. There's cards that inflict 99 of status ailments, so basically you could be frail forever if you run into certain unfortunate enemies. Thankfully, that's not the case for us, although he did ruin my block a bit, so we're going to take a bit of extra damage. Then give me my twin strikes back. Now I'm guaranteed to pull my twin strikes next turn, which will give me access to some pretty hefty damage for where we're at. And he's just dead. If I wanted to maximize, I could have bashed and then went in and hit him with the twin strikes, in which case I would have been doing 30 damage because he would have been vulnerable, so I would have done an extra 50% on each hit there. But, yeah. So we have Thunderclap, deal 4 and apply 1 vulnerable to all enemies. We have Cleave, deal 8 to all enemies. Or Dark Embrace, whenever a card is exhausted, draw 1 card. We're not exhausting cards, so this has no use for us. So then the question becomes, do we want higher AoE damage, or do we want lower AoE damage with the ability to apply vulnerable in doing so? We've picked up higher damage cards already, so that being able to apply vulnerable and getting the extra damage out of it, I think, is worth it. Thunderclap at its base form falls off relatively quickly, but upgraded, it can do some work. You fall into a puddle. It's made of slime goop. Frantically, you claw yourself out over several minutes as you feel the goop starting to burn. You can feel goop in your ears, goop in your nose, goop everywhere. Climb out, you notice that some of your gold is missing. Looking back at the puddle, you see your missing coins combined with gold from unfortunate adventures mixed together in the puzzle. So gain 75 gold, lose 11 HP, or leave it and lose about 1/3 of my money. Which, at this point, because the merchants are so far away, I'm gonna just go ahead and leave it. Take my gold. So now we have the option of resting, which heals for 30% of my HP, which thankfully they do math for you in here. As you can see, it'll heal me for 24 at the end there, which is complete overkill. Or we can upgrade a card in our deck. Because our HP is where it's at, we'll go ahead and smith. Before you actually upgrade, you can see what the upgrade will do to them. As you can see with the Twin Strikes Plus upgrade, that gives you an extra 7 damage on each one, giving you a grand total of 14 damage for 1 energy, which is pretty good. 12 damage for 1 energy is not bad either. I'm going to put it on Thunderclap. The reason being is because if I run into any AoE fights, I need to make sure I've got some AoE damage, and the vulnerability is a bit of an extra plus. Now, we haven't seen Elite yet, so we'll go ahead and check this out. Alright, so we got 3 of them. We got 2 of them debuffing us. We got 1 looking to do 9 damage to us. They also have this buff called Artifact, which negates 1 debuff. So if I go ahead and Thunderclap them here, for example, they're Artifact protected. them from it, which is why you guys don't see the vulnerable icon appearing below them. But now they've lost their artifact buff, so if I played Thunderclap again, then I could make them vulnerable. It doesn't seem like a huge deal, but later in the game, artifacts can make life much worse for you. You can get it yourself, but it's generally through potions or relics. It's not very common for you as a player to have. It's nice when you have it, it's just relatively rare. We're gonna have to go a bit defensive on this one. I'm getting hit for 18 already. Unfortunate because I wanted to use Bash. Probably just go ahead and use Headbutt because we are fighting elite. I'll go ahead and use my attack potion. Reckless Charge, deal 7, shuffle a Dazed into my draw deck. Really not what you're looking for. Dazed essentially by unplayable. I can't play it at all. It just sits in my deck. An Ethereal being that if it's in my deck and I end my turn, it will disappear and be removed from my deck. So, not great, but the damage for 0 cost is alright. Not a card I generally picked up, but there's some use for it. We've seen Dropkick, Pummel Strike, deal 9 damage, draw 1 card. I'm gonna take Pummel Strike. Good damage. I get a little bit of draw out of it, see if we can get anything better out of it. We ended up getting Twin Strikes, which is gonna do better than our Headbutt. So we'll go ahead and do this. One of the things I noticed in this fight is that the sentries, as they're named, they switch off on their intentions. What do I mean by that? These two last turn attacked us, but now they're debuffing us, and this guy debuffed us last turn, but now he's attacking. So they just keep alternating throughout that situation. So ideally you want to just pick one. I generally suggest the first or the third and work on them from there, and then just however you want to do it after the first one. But ideally I would say choose the first one or the third one to go for. They're all the same enemy, so it really doesn't matter which one you pick, although I generally find picking the first or the third is better for me. A bit of overkill, but the Headbutt effect will allow us to get a card back. We're still going to take damage. A block is usually not something that I worry about too much. The reason being is that I wouldn't say there's a lot of good block cards in this game. Usually they're much lower than the damage that's going to be dealt to you. So, like I said earlier, definitely more of a DPS check sort of deal. Thankfully, we're much tankier than these guys at the moment, so we can kind of just eat it for the time being. If we're only gonna get one attack anyways, why not do more damage and apply more vulnerable? As you can see, the dazes, once I end my turn, they disappear out of my deck. You're like, oh, that's not too bad. The problem being is the longer that these guys survive, the more dazes they throw into my deck. So had I not taken out that first guy in the middle, he would have been doing more damage, or at the beginning here, I should say. He would have been doing more damage to me. He also would have been filling my deck with junk, which would make it in turn harder to attack and defend against them. So while it does, you're like, oh, you're not taking damage, right? It's like, you're right, but I'll be taking damage as a result of them adding trash to my hand that I'm forced to deal with. It's not the first thing you think of, but once you play around enough with the game, you're like, wait a minute, this is a bit more annoying than it should be. There's a relic right there. Start each combat with 1 strength. You're always rewarded a relic after a elite/boss fight, and that's what we ended up. Now, what strength does adds additional damage to attacks. So when it says 1 strength, that means +1 damage. But that +1 damage is on every card, every battle, forever once you pick it up. So basically every single card I have damage cards, that is, my attacking cards, all receive +1 damage for the rest of the game. Not bad. Blessings of the Forge upgrade all the cards in your hands for the rest of the combat. So they'll become their more powerful forms, they'll gain some new abilities, but you only get in for that combat, and once you get out of that combat, they'll be reverted back to their previous state. So a nice temporary boost in damage and defense for that fight, but situational. We've seen Gleam, we've seen Dark Embrace, we have Armaments here, gain 5 block, upgrade a card in your hand for the rest of combat. So similar to what the Forge did, but we gain 5 block, it costs us 1 energy, but you only get to upgrade 1 card in your hand. It just never seemed all that great to me, so I think I want more damage. Damage. Gotta get all that damage. Here we ended up picking a chest, as you can see right there, guaranteed to get it whichever way we would have gone in this situation. Letter Opener. Every time you play 3 skills in a single turn, deal 5 damage to all enemies. A decent AoE, not huge damage, but the earlier you pick it up, the better it is, because 5 damage means a lot more in the early game than it does in the later game. And by skills, it means like whenever I play a block or whatever, that counts as a skill. Each card is either an attack, a skill, or a power. So like if I played 3 blocks, I would get the 15 block, and then I would deal 5 damage to everyone. Just for playing blocks. Maybe not like the craziest of pickups, but any extra damage is extra damage. Okay, how do we want to go about this? So these guys, when you kill them, they apply 2 vulnerable to you, which is the stat that makes me take 50% more damage. So as you can see, they can hurt. Even when you kill them, you're still getting punished in some sort of way. Now thankfully, we can actually take down one of these guys. We're gonna take 9 here, but had we not killed him, we would have taken 12 there instead. So we actually ended up saving ourselves 3 damage because of it. Of course, we're still vulnerable, so we're gonna take more damage, and I only threw 1 defend, so gonna take more damage. There's nothing I can do about it. We could set up with the bash, but we have enough damage cards in our deck to where the vulnerable, at least for an enemy like this, won't matter too much. Unless I end up drawing all of my defense and then the game makes me feel dumb. Thankfully not the case. As you can see there, our Burning Blood Relic kicking in every time. We're getting that 6 HP every time back. It's alright. Snecko Oil. This one's pretty interesting. Snecko is actually a boss in the game. What Snecko Oil does there is you draw 5 cards and it randomizes the cost of the cards in your hands. By that, it means you draw 5 cards and all the cards in your hand get assigned a value from 0 to 3. So if you have a very high costing deck, like if you have a lot of 2 and 3 cost cards and you pick up one of these, you might get a discount, or they might stay the same price if they're like a 3 or a 2. So basically, if you have Snecko Oil, you want a high costing deck because more than likely your cards will be discounted. And if you have a low energy cost deck, this is generally, I would say, hurts you more than help you. Not necessarily always the case, it is RNG related, but from my experience, it generally only favors a heavy cost deck. But if you need the draw, that's 5 cards, which is worth something. Now we have Clash, can only be played if every card in your hand is an attack, deal 14 damage. So it costs nothing, you deal 14 damage, which is a good cost. It does a high amount of damage for costing nothing. The huge condition to it is that you can only have attacks in your hand, which has plenty of trade-offs to begin with. It means you can't have any powers, you can't have any skills, so 67% of your cards can't be in your deck at the time that Clash is in there. otherwise you can't use it. If you're a very attack-focused deck, this could work. But generally, for me, what I've noticed is it generally works throughout Act 1, and then slowly starts to fall off between Act 2. Act 3, it's basically non-existent. And then we have Body Slam, deal damage equal to your block. So if I had 10 block, this card would do 10 damage for 1 cost. Not bad. I've just never found a way, really, to make it work. I'll just take another Thunderclap. By having multiple Thunderclaps, it's going to allow us access to multiple sources of AoE damage, which helps for fights like this when we've got multiple enemies. And then the game decided to be nice and even give it to me immediately in this fight. Not the highest in damage, but they are vulnerable now. A big problem here is that they're doing 20 damage, and I have 10 block available to me, so not great. There's a bit of progression to the game in the fact that you don't have access to every item in the game, and you got to keep getting farther within the game in order to get access to better relics, better cards, and the like. So because we started a new game, more than likely we'll end up dying very soon due to the fact that we just don't have the better cards to make it farther in the game. But we'll see how far we can get into this. So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna be taking some damage here, but we saved ourselves some damage, and now we only have to focus on this guy rather than having to deal with the slime and its negative stats effectives about to apply to us as well. So we're taking damage, definitely something to be concerned about. Almost took more damage there, because we could kill him right here. I generally play this game a bit faster, much faster than what we're doing it right now. I'm just going slower in case anybody is new or more interested in the game. They'll have a better idea of what's going on here. I'm gonna take the heal. I was pretty low there, especially after that fight, so I'm gonna take the heal. Ah, beautiful. We pulled both our Thunderclaps. You love to see it. So we use the weaker one first, because it's going to apply the vulnerable, which is going to make them take 50% more damage. Then we play our upgraded Thunderclap, so it's going to get the 50% extra damage bonus. So, like that, all of a sudden we start doing 8 damage to everybody. Unfortunately, everybody had some form of block, so they lived. But we can knock out some of the damage. We're gonna take 5 damage, but we heal 6 after every fight, so we're gonna end up going up 1, assuming that we don't take any more damage, which we shouldn't. We have quite a bit of AoE in our deck. Generally try to make sure that happens, just for situations like that, because if I only had single target attacks, that would have been a very annoying fight. So we got Power Through, add 2 wounds into your hand, gain 15 block. A very substantial amount of block. The problem with it is you gain wounds. Wounds, you can't play them, they just sit in your deck until you finish the fight, and essentially you have 2 dead cards in your deck. Not exactly what you're looking for, but if you need the block that badly, then 15 block is a very good amount for a 1-cost card. Rampage, deal 8 damage, increase this card's damage by 5 as combat. So essentially the card gets better every time you play it within that fight, and then resets back the 8 on the next fight. If you have a small enough deck, I could see Rampage doing good for you. Our deck is rather small currently, but I don't know, I just never really found much success with Rampage. And now we have Sever Soul, which I do actually like. Exhaust all non-attack cards in your hand. Deal 16 damage. 16 damage is pretty good. Exhausting all non-attack cards in your deck can be good. So like if I had blocks or if I had defense and strikes, what it would do is it would exhaust all of my blocks or all my defend cards, which would remove them until the end of combat. and I would get my 16 damage. So if you're looking to shrink your hand size, which does play into certain deck archetypes, then there's a reason to do that. Certain relics reward you for exhausting cards. So there's just a lot of triggers and stuff that goes along with it. 16 damage is pretty good. 2 cost is a little unfortunate, but the damage is there, so I'm gonna go ahead and take it. We got access to our first merchant, so as you can see here, we've got a multitude of cards to pick from. We have colorless cards, which generally just have different effects than what cards we have available to us as our character specific deck goes for. The colorless cards can be picked up by any of the characters, and they're not limited to any one character's deck. So we got Clothesline, we've seen that, Fiendfire, another card that I like, Exhaust Your Hand, deals 7 damage for each card exhausted, and then the card exhausts itself. A very nice, just burst card. So if you got a deck or a hand size of 5 and you exhaust, you're gonna deal 35 damage. You're gonna exhaust your whole hand and you're gonna exhaust the card. But 35 burst damage is pretty good. Quite a bit of damage. If you just need a kill shot card, here's your card for you. Flex, gain 2 strength. At the end of the turn, lose 2 strength. It's free, so it's essentially a free 2 strength that you lose at the end of the turn. But for the time that you have it on that turn, every card you throw out there gains an extra 2 damage. Some cards actually multiply with the amount of strength you have on them. We don't have access to those cards yet, just because of the way the game works. But some cards benefit even more from strength. So strength is never a bad thing to have. It's also free, or free energy cost, I'd say. It cost me 51 gold, but Flex, generally a pretty good card. I don't mind it at all. Armaments, don't really care. Rupture, whenever you lose HP from a card, gain 1 strength. A good card, not in our current situation because we don't have the cards yet that make this card work, but if you had the engine to make it work, you could gain strength pretty quickly, which buffs up all your cards' damage for losing minor amounts of HP. Card service removal, if I want to get rid of a card, I can go ahead and throw it away. Don't really feel the need to do so just yet. I think I'll go ahead and grab myself a Flex. Actually, I will get rid of a card. What card will that be? That card will be a basic strike. We have so many just better damaging cards than strike that I don't feel bad about getting rid of it. Now we can upgrade a card or we're gonna heal. We're going into a boss fight, like the final boss for this area, so I want as much HP as I can get. Alright, so this is one of the bosses of Act 1. There's multiple bosses of Act 1 you can deal with. Here we have the Guardian, and his unique thing about him is called Mode Shift. After receiving 30 damage, change to defensive mode. Upon changing to the defensive mode, he gains scales, which is basically thorns in other games. So whenever you attack him, you do 3 damage back to yourself. That's basically his thing. It's not the craziest, but he's also an Act 1 boss, so you don't expect him to be that crazy. Because it is a boss, and I like generally most of the cards we have in our hand, I'm going to go ahead and upgrade them. Or I could take Snecko Eye, and then I could upgrade them, and then I would have like 10 cards upgraded. Which we might just do. This could be throwing, which I could totally see. Now we have 10 cards that are upgraded. Pretty nice. We did end up getting Thunderclap for free, so that's pretty nice. We want to start with that because that applies our vulnerable, which will allow us the extra damage. Headbutt we also got for free. Flex cost us 1 now instead of 0. Twin Strikes is still the same at 1. Strike now cost us 3. Our Defend is free, and Strike costs 2. So as you can see with Snecko, it's really just a gamble. I would say high cost cards, a high cost card deck is going to benefit more. But we'll make it work. Give me Sever Soul. Look at how beautiful that is. With our extra strength up, deal 40 damage. Massive. This man, we just took a sixth of this man's HP in a single card use. As I said earlier, this man now has Sharp Hide, so whenever I attack him, I'll take 3 damage back. I'd rather not. We can apply Weak to him right now. I'm not going to, but Weak would reduce his damage by 25% for this turn, but he's not really hitting me that hard. So I'd probably just go ahead and throw up the defense. Our Thunderclap is free. We'll take 3 damage, and then he'll deal 9, so we'll end up taking 12, but we have block for 7, in which case we'll take 5. The reason I did that is, again, it's a DPS race. Generally, the bosses get stronger over time, and you generally start to get a lot more worn out than they do when they have, you know, this guy's got 3 times my HP. In the harder difficulties, they could have like 7 times my HP. So you can start to see where that might, you know, just become a bit of a problem. As you can see, our letter opener activated there. I played 3 skills, aka 3 block cards, in order to help mitigate some of this damage he's gonna do to me. And we got the free 5 damage on him, so rewarded for doing absolutely no damage. You love to see it. And what I said about the bosses getting harder over time, yeah, it's already started. So if you noticed from the last time he was in this state, mode shift, it was after receiving 30 damage, now it's 40 damage. The next time he goes into this mode, it will be 50 damage. This mode he generally does, or attempts to do more damage, I should say. So, as you can imagine, a bit of a problem, especially when he's already doing 20 damage to us. And I have no block cards, so I just have to eat it. My roll did not do me any favors. Thankfully, we did enough damage to drop him back down to his regular state, so we don't have to worry about that 20 damage because he decided to change his action against us. More so, we forced him to do so, but hey, whatever works, right? Sometimes you gotta take damage to do damage. It just is what it is. I mean, we'll do A, but I get vulnerable, but I can't take advantage of vulnerable, just do damage. You do get healed after every boss fight, so you can take damage in the boss fights and you won't be just done for on the next stage. They do heal you. In the earlier stages of the game, they'll heal you the full, whereas you get into the harder difficulties, they'll reduce the amount of healing you get from one act to another, so you do gotta keep that in mind. For the time being, we'll be healed the full, so we can, I wouldn't say play reckless, but we can definitely play it a lot more offensive than you would in the harder difficulties of the game. Especially when this man has so much less HP than he would in some of the other harder difficulties of the game, shall we say. Just give me all of my... Just give me all of my defend. It's fine. Like I said, you can't always block all the damage in the game, otherwise it would make it too easy. But you can certainly get trolled by the game, and the fact that you can certainly be left out to dry depending on your deck. Thankfully, it's early in the game. I played a little bit of this before stream, so we got an idea of what we're doing here, and we made it through alright. So we have Corruption, skills cost 0, so all of my defend cards would cost me 0, but whenever I played them, I would lose them for the rest of that battle. This can be good. There's deck synergies around Exhaust, so there's a place for this card. It's expensive, but all your skills cost 0, so that kind of makes up for it. But not a card I pick up a lot. There's decks to build around with it. I just never seem to pick those up. We have feed deal 10 damage. If fatal, raise my max HP by 3, and then exhaust card for the rest of the fight. So, feed's a nice card if you pick it up enough early into the game, because 10 damage is quite a bit for a 1-cost energy card. And it raises your max HP by 3. So it's I would say it's a rather greedy card, in the fact that, you can benefit a lot from it if you get it early, and you can delay your fights and whatnot in order to get the feed proc off in order to keep raising your max HP, but generally it falls off later into the game just because 10 damage doesn't become all that much later. So, a card you want to pick up early if you can, later into the game by like halfway through Act 2, starting Act 3 and later, just falls off. But if you get it Act 1 early, and even into like mid-game of Act 2, there's something there. And then we have Berserk, gain 2 vulnerable, but at the start of your turn gain energy. So you intentionally make yourself take 50% more damage for the next 2 turns, but you gain energy as a result of it. A bit of risk reward there. You gain the permanent energy for that fight. What I mean is, if you use it on turn 1, you're going to gain your 2 vulnerable, but by turn 2, you're going to have 4 energy, and every turn after that, you're going to have the 4 energy. Energy is certainly something worthwhile in the game. Getting 2 vulnerable is scary, especially going into a boss fight when they, especially if they do a burst attack and you're vulnerable, you are absolutely gonna feel it. So very risk reward, but the extra energy can be worthwhile. It's early enough to where I think we'll take feed, because I think we can benefit off of it pretty well. So whenever you beat the Act boss, we're in Act 1. So we defeat the Act 1 boss, we get to choose a boss relic, which are generally better than some of the other relics. This one we actually have all 3 energy relics, which is nice. Ectoplasm, we get the energy, so we permanently get 4 energy going into every fight, but we can no longer gain gold, which essentially locks us out of the ability to use the merchant and go into question mark areas, and if it requires gold, we're not going to be able to do. I'd say it's pretty average. You can get away with not gaining gold, but you'll feel it. Velvet Choker is disgusting and not worth it. I really have never found a run where I was like, yes, this is actually worth it. So what's so bad about it? You gain permanent energy. You go up to 4 energy. That's sick, right? But you cannot play more than 6 cards per turn. You're only playing 3 right now, so why is 6 such a bad number? Well, I'll tell you. Later you can get more energy, so you could get as much energy as you want, essentially. Like, I've had runs where I've had like 20 energy at one point or something like that. But then even if you have 20 energy, you're going to be stuck only being able to play those 6 cards, which limits your DPS, it limits your chances to protect yourself, it limits your chances to set up and stuff. It just never felt worthwhile to me. And then we have Sozu, which is you gain the permanent +1 energy, but you can no longer obtain potions. Potions, you could live without them, and for the extra energy, I would rather go without potions than go without money. Because money gains me access to extra cards that I need through the merchants, extra relics from the merchants, the ability to remove cards from my deck from the merchants, and any other situations where money would benefit me. So generally, potions pretty much only ever help you in fights, so the money is more universal, which is why I took Sozu. So we're not gonna be able to gain any more potions. This potion we have up here, our elixir here, we can still use that. So like any potions you have before Zozu, you'll be able to use. But after that, you're done. You can't pick up any more potions. So, yeah, I would definitely say Sozu's the best pickup there. I also could have, if I really wanted to make my life harder, I could have just avoided picking up any of them. You can reject it, and there's reasons why you would. Usually against my better judgment, I'll take one regardless, and that has done me over multiple times. So, risk reward, do at your own risk. This guy is very annoying. I would almost consider him a boss. Quite a lot of HP. This man's rocking the 69 HP because of course he is. He also has plated armor. What plated armor does is whatever amount he has, in which case he has 14 here. He gains 14 block consistently every turn. Although if you ever do damage that is unblocked by his plated armor, it reduces it. So if I did 15 damage to him here, I would do 1 damage to him, but then it would reduce his plated armor by 1. So then next turn he would only have the 13 armor instead of the 14. Plated armor, from what I've noticed, is generally, it really only works out well for the enemies, in the sense that usually your options for plated armor are never as high as the enemies. So you're just kind of forced to deal with it. If you had access to it, it'd be pretty good. And you have a little bit of access to it, but there's certainly, it's just not to the same amount that the enemies do. $12 damage, huh? Let me mitigate that a little bit. 17, 9, 12. So Sever Soul is just our best play here. Sever Soul me, headbutt me, give me Sever Soul back, and now we have Sever Soul for the next turn as well. We're still gonna take damage. Again, it just is what it is. The chances that you block all the damage at all points in time in this game is extremely low. So make him vulnerable, hit him with Sever Soul. Should have used the block beforehand because now it's exhausted, which means it's not going to go back into my deck, and I lost access to both of those blocks later. So I basically just guaranteed myself to take even more damage in this fight than I should, and rightfully deserved at this point to take that extra damage. Are we going to take a ton of damage for this? Oh yeah, but from what I've noticed on this guy, spending time with him is not very good. He's generally able to box you better than you're able to box him. We want to finish him with feed here because this is going to give us our max HP plus 3 right there, as you can see. So if you play the game slower, as it turns out, generally you get better results, but I played a decent amount, so like I generally play a bit faster. But we're slowing it down a little bit to make sure that everybody's on the same pace here. So I picked up Bloodletting there. What Bloodletting does is, you can see it's a skill. You lose 3 HP, but you gain 2 energy. 3 HP is not much, especially when we regen 6 after every combat. And gaining 2 energy is pretty big. It's just a nice pick-me-up, essentially. So give me that. The reason I threw the block on here is because Sever Soul was going to get rid of it if I had used that earlier. And I literally said Bloodletting was a skill and then didn't play it, so then it got exhausted. Because... oh, I forgot it was a skill even literally after just saying it, so I threw away Bloodletting for no reason. That's never coming back this fight, unfortunately. It is what it is. I did it to myself. I can't really cry about that. We do have enough for feed, so it'll kill, so we'll get that extra 3 HP back. As you can see here, the feed pickup that we got is doing us some pretty nice work there. We've already picked up plus 6 max HP, which doesn't seem like much, but it'll add up over time. I think this might actually be in slow mode right now. Yeah. So now it's in fast mode, in which case everything, all the animations and whatnot will go by faster. And very nice that there's a fast mode. As you can see, it can be a little bit slow. I did slow in the beginning, just to make sure everybody had a general idea of what was going on. But now I feel like we can speed it up just a bit. Rage is... I underrated Rage for a while. But whenever you play an attack this turn, gain 3 block. So beyond better than Italicized, because Italicized is just gain 3 block at the end of your turn. While this is every attack you do, gain 3 block. So you're basically always going to get more than 3 block with this card, and it costs nothing. So definitely something I'm going to pick up. It allows you to be aggressive and defensive at the same time, is the best way I can put that. Just a little out of reach of these, which is unfortunate because Nunchucks is very good. Every time you play 10 attacks, you just gain 1 energy. So whenever you're just spamming attacks, you get that build-up. Once you play that 10th card, you get that 1 energy back. Centennial Puzzle, the first time you lose HP each combat, draw 3 cards. Pretty good, especially if your ability to play around with your deck through draw and whatnot is bad. This can help mitigate some of that. Strange Spoon, cards which exhaust when played will be discarded 50% of the time. So instead of losing them throughout the rest of the fight, they'll just be in your discard pile. Pretty good. There's synergies with it, and the ability to not just lose a card throughout the entire fight and just have it sent to the discard like normal instead of losing it throughout the rest of the fight, not bad. Whirlwind is an X card. By X card, it means whatever amount of energy you put into it is the amount of is what you'll get out of it. So say for example, we have 4 energy right now. So it cost us 4 energy, but it's going to deal 5 damage to all enemies 4 times. So it's going to do 20 damage to every enemy in the field. Just another good AoE. I like to generally have at least 1 X card in my deck, because whenever we have a large amount of excess energy, we could just pour it into that and expect some decent results out of it. I'm going to pull another strike here. We keep picking up all these attacks, but we're not getting rid of cards. So the idea behind that is we essentially traded out strike for Whirlwind, Whirlwind being just a better attack in general. So pretty good pickup there. Skipped through that faster than I should have. Essentially that guy offers you a card that allows you to gain strength. It costs, I think, like 1 or 2, but you gain 3 strength. It's not all that great, so I generally just pick the Obtain a Special Relic, which, as you can see up there by Sosu, what it does is it allows you, much like our second relic there, it allows us +1 or +2 strength at the beginning of the combat and then goes away. So it's a nice damage boost for the first turn and then does nothing after that. But don't underestimate that first turn damage boost, especially if you have a good turn to use it on. Here we have some vampires. Navigating an unlit street, you come across several hooded figures in the midst of some dark ritual. As you approach, they turn to you in eerie unison. The tallest among them bear fanged teeth and extends a long pail towards you. Join us, brother, and feel the warmth of the Spire. So we can remove all of our strikes and receive 5 bites while also losing 26% or 26 of my max HP, which is pretty big, but we gain 5 bites. 5 bites, essentially what bite is, it's a stronger strike that also heals you for 2. Of course, I had just gotten rid of all my strikes, so it would get rid of 1 strike, give me 5 bites, so I'm going to gain 4 cards off of that. And I'm going to lose 26 max HP for doing 7 damage and heal for 2. There's reasons to do it. Like, if I didn't pull as many strikes as I did already, I would consider it. Like, if you still have a deck full of strikes and you get this one, I would say do it. But if you only have, like, a strike or 2 left, generally not worth it. Losing 26 max HP is pretty massive as well. You step back and raise your weapon in defiance. The tall figure sighs very well. The entire group of hooded figures morph into a thick black fog that flows away from you. You're alone once more. I generally actually take that up, so a little surprising that I didn't, but really it's just because I didn't really have any strikes to take advantage of it. I think we gained maybe 2 off this. 3, actually. We gained 3 strength. So we actually have like 7 strength right now or something like that, which is, it's pretty big. Deal 9 damage 4 times, so we would do 36 damage to both of these guys. Very nice. We could also use bloodletting, which would get us 2 more energy, so it would be at 6. So we would do 54, immediately killing this guy off and doing over half of this guy. Probably worthwhile. Pretty nice. Half health this guy. That guy never even had a chance. We're gonna take 10 damage on top of the, what, 2 or 3 that we had just taken out of that. So, definitely took a bit of a hit there, but we also cleared out an entire enemy, as well as basically took this guy out as well, so he doesn't have any opportunities to really mess with us. We also healed back 6, so we took like 6 in that fight. That's alright. Here we go. I didn't think we got this card before we actually got farther in, but Hemokinesis is a very strong card. Very strong. You lose 2 HP, but you deal 20 damage, and it only is a 1 cost. So 2 HP for 20 damage is insane value. If I had the Rupture card, I would end up gaining strength from using this card as well. So it would essentially lose 2 HP, but I would gain 1 permanent strength for the fight, and do 20 damage, which would end up being 21 damage because of the Rupture card. So, Hemokinesis, very good card. It's also already upgraded. Whenever you see the card's name in green like that, that means it's upgraded. See how Feel No Pain is white up there? That means it's not upgraded, in which case you can upgrade it later, but green being it already upgraded, go ahead and give me one of those. We had the HP to take on Elite. I'm kind of concerned because, yeah, this guy's pretty annoying. Thankfully, he's not at the harder ascensions, so I'm not too worried about it. But yeah, these guys, what they do, they're considered minions, so if you kill the boss right here, these guys are just going to run away and you don't have to deal with them. What they're doing right now is they're charging up for a heavy attack, essentially, which can hit you for like 30 to 40 damage. So while they don't do anything right now, within, I believe it's 2 turns, they'll do 40 damage each to me, so they could straight up kill me right now if I don't deal with them. So we're gonna deal with them. We're just gonna say, take my 54 damage, we're gonna kill all of them, and we're gonna over half health the boss there. Had we not killed the minions there, what that would have done is buffed all of their strength by 3 permanently, so they would have done even more damage to me with that charge attack. So, yeah, as you can see, a rather nasty boss. Definitely not ones I like to fight later into the harder modes, but thankfully we don't have to deal with that for the time being. As you can see, this man's hit me for 27 damage, which is over half my health, so a little rude if you ask me. So we're gonna reduce that damage by weakening him just a bit. Even with that, he's still doing 18 damage, which is over 1/3 of our health, but you know, that's okay, I guess. So we're gonna bash him. The idea behind bashing him is that next turn I intend to kill him as long as I pull the correct cards. Just gonna try and defend as much as I can. And now we should be able to kill this guy. We got flex, so we got the extra strength. This man's vulnerable, which means he's gonna take the 28 damage. As you can see, because those guys have the minion status effect on them, once we killed the boss there, they kind of just ran away. What Whetstone does, as you can see right there, is upgrades 2 random attack cards in your hand. So we actually get Whirlwind there, which is pretty nice, which means we'll do even more damage on our X card. And then we got Cleave, I think, in which case we'll do extra damage, just extra AoE damage. So we have Iron Whale, gain 5 block, deal 5 damage. Pretty meh card overall. It's better than a strike, but really not much better than that, which isn't saying much. Battle Trance, I generally find being pretty good. Drawing 4 cards is very nice. You can't draw additional cards this turn, but if you're already picking up 4 cards and you need extra cards above that, you need better draw in your deck, or a smaller deck, or something along those lines. Because drawing 4 cards for 0 cost is very strong. And then we have Rupture, as we've seen. I want the draw. It's free. It's a chance at potentially giving ourselves a better hand at the time. So that's what I'm going to go with. We have Ink Bottle. Whenever you play 10 cards, draw 1 card. Just a nice little bonus there. Nothing like... It's not going to like break the game or anything, but it's alright. Well, sneaking past a group of shrouded figures, one of them approaches you. Got anything for me, friend? Please, maybe some coin. I just need somewhere to stay. I have treasures I can trade. He seems delusional but harmless. Now, if we had the 85 gold that says up there, I could give him the 85 gold. I'd get a relic. I could rob him, but then I would become cursed. And curse cards are generally pretty bad. What this one does is, at the end of your turn, gain 1 frail. What frail does is I take, or the amount of block I can receive from cards is reduced by 25%. Not the worst of curses. There's a lot worse than this, and obtaining a relic might be worth it. Generally, when I get situations like this, I look at the map here and I'll be like, okay, when am I gonna hit up a merchant, right? Because merchants, in their card removal service, they can remove curses. So I could essentially rob him, and then I can go pay the merchant up here to get rid of the curse. So essentially, it's just like me paying whatever the removal cost is at the time for that relic, which might be worth it. I hardly ever rob him, so you know what, just to be different, we're gonna rob him. You snatch the precious relic from his clutches, walk away from behind you here. Have you no shame? Have you no shame? You have some shame. Turns out I have a little bit of shame. Alright, well, eat the rich and all that. You come across an ornate building which appears abandoned. A plaque that has been torn free from walls on the floor reads library. Inside you find countless rows of scrolls, manuscripts, and books. You pick one and get cozy into a chair for some quiet time. So we can choose one of 20 cards that adds our deck, or we can heal. I'm going to heal. The reason being is I'm going to hit this enemy right here. I'm going to hit the lead after that, go into the merchant shop, get rid of my shame, you know, just sell my shame away, and then go fight the boss over there. So we're gonna take the heal, but mostly to make sure that I can fight this enemy and then the boss and then go into the merchant. We'll see how bad this enemy ends up being for us. Oh, there's shame already coming into it, and no shame in my game. Don't shame me, bro. I don't know. Thunderclap. We don't need bloodletting because we just don't need the energy. We just don't have the cards for it for the time being. I can actually, if I wanted to, I could exhaust shame and I wouldn't have to deal with it. But not really a real reason to do so. And Sever Soul just did it for me anyways. If I wanted to keep bloodletting, I should have used it right there. But I don't think it's going to be a huge deal for this fight. Something unique about this enemy here is they receive 50 less damage while they're up in the air like this, but if you damage them 3 times in 1 turn, they fall to the ground, they become stunned, and they lose a turn. So generally, if you want to take care of them, just hit them with 3 attacks, they'll go down to the ground, and then you can deal full damage to them and take them out rather quickly. While they're flying, though, they get that damage mitigation, which is pretty hefty. I mean, reducing your damage by half is quite a bit. There's ways around it, especially with some of the other characters. As the Ironclad, you really don't have all too much of a way to deal with it. Thankfully, we have Whirlwind, which will do it for us. I wanted to do Feed there, but the opportunity to just hit both of them that hard was too good to pass up. We're gonna go ahead and Thunderclap him. That way we can do our extra damage. We're going to cleave him. And then we're going to Hemokinesis. It's gonna cost us the 2 HP, but it guarantees that we kill him. In which case we're gonna get the 6 back. So we ended up gaining 4 HP out of that fight, even though we ended up losing 2. This is probably, especially upgraded, I would say this card is probably one of the best ones that in the game so far that I've played up to. I've only played 2 out of the 4 characters so far, mostly because I've been going through the harder game modes with the first 2, trying to get to the end goal of those ones. But some of those harder modes get real tough, especially when RNG is not on your side. I'm absolutely going to pick up this card. You lose 6 HP, which is a decent amount. You gain 2 energy, you draw 3 cards, and then the card deletes itself. But the upgraded version, you draw 5 cards. So essentially, you gain the 2 energy, which generally allows you to use a card or 2 of the 5 cards you picked up. It gets rid of it, so once you use it, it's no longer in your hand, so your deck size becomes smaller for that fight. And it only costs 6 HP. That is a card that I will 10 out of 10 times pick up every time. I hate to see these guys quite a bit, because they're generally always attacking, and they do negative status effects. Like, I believe he gives me weak, he gives me wounds, and this guy entangles me. Now, entangle is unique in the fact that it doesn't allow me to, when I'm entangled, I can't play attack cards. I can only play skills and powers. So I generally like taking out this guy, then I like taking out this guy, and then I'll leave the Taskmaster here for last, because wounds, they fill up your deck, but they don't hurt you in any other way. So we're going to Intimidate first, just to lower the amount of damage they're doing there. We're going to take an Offering because I want the energy and I want the blood. I want the energy and I want access to more skills. Give me the Flex. Now, Hemokinesis, we can hit somebody for 26 damage. Very nice. Very nice damage. And Sever Soul will make sure that this guy's done with. And with our extra energy, we can go ahead and just keep calling our cards back. Of course, you have 18 HP, so I can't use Feed to kill you and raise my max HP, so I'm going to hold on to it. Because if I used it right now, I would lose it for the rest of the fight here. So I'm banking on it rolling back around in order for me to be able to use it. A little bit of a Hail Mary, because it seems like we're cleaning up pretty nicely here, but it can happen. Especially when I have cards like Battle Trance, which makes it a lot easier. Hold just about everything but that. Fantastic. So we can hit him for 36 here, but we could also just play a defend. And now we can hit him for 27, but we'll only take 2 damage instead of 7. Was there a better way of going about that? Probably, but that was just like the easiest way of doing it. So give me Rage, give me Flex. We're gonna cleave him. And that's all we can do here. I could Bloodlead, but there's no point. It's just me doing damage to myself. Now here, we could just kill him off with this. Or I could play it slowly and wait for Feed again, because we can block this turn. And there's my Feed, and give me my max HP. A bit of min-maxing. but later in the ascensions and whatnot, it will help you quite a bit. Now, Impervious is a good card, a little expensive, but the amount of block you get is pretty good. It's essentially a one-time, here's 30 block for 2 energy. Not bad. Now, if I had that spoon, where it's like 50% of the time it'll go into my discard pile, this card would become so much better. But a panic button in case of emergencies, here's your 30 block card, don't mind if I do. We're gonna get rid of Shame, because I don't want to deal with it. Never mind, I'm poor. Feels bad. Anything else that I'd really want out of this? Probably Rupture, I guess, if I can't get rid of Shame. I'm so shameful. Sorry, I stole from the poor person. That's my bad. Alright, this is a very annoying boss. At 420, this man knows what's up, but yeah, very tanky, as you can see, being, you know, just 5 times my HP. A little less than 5 times, but you get the idea. He's also hitting for 16 immediately. Just gonna need him to calm down a little bit. So, I'm gonna use Offering to attempt to get to some of my defense cards, which naturally I didn't get to because that's just me. So, we're just gonna do as much damage as we can here. See whatever we can. We did get Intimidate, which is gonna lower his damage for us, which is nice. Sever Soul should get rid of Shame right there. Forgot I was gonna get rid of Battle Trance too. I was gonna use that immediately after. I'm just gonna use Feed on him because the chances that I actually get the Feed proc on a boss is good luck to you. Give me him. Oh, can use back actually. Give me Defend and go ahead and hit him with another Whirlwind. Thunderclap him so we do extra damage. Hit him with the Cleave. It set me up with a Rupture. We're blocking for 3 is not worth anything. Dealing an extra 31 damage to this guy for taking 3 extra damage is worthwhile. So you can start to see where the DPS race comes into play here. Would you rather take 3 less damage, or would you rather deal 31 more damage? Like, you can see where it's like, well, damage is better. Get myself some extra damage. Make him vulnerable, so we'll do more damage. We just don't have the draw to make bloodletting work on that. Yeah, when you drop this guy under half, he starts to go in the baby rage mode. And what that did, you might not have noticed, it buffed his strength, in which case he's at +6 now. And he also removed all of my debuffs I had on him, like my vulnerable and stuff. He's like, nah, just decide not to be vulnerable anymore. And it's like, oh, okay then. And then whenever he does that, he always follows up with a big attack. As you can see right there, this man is about to do 32 damage to me. I can't figure something out here. In which case I need to play attacks, so that way Rage can give me some block here. It's not going to be a massive amount of block, but it's better than nothing. In which case I can play Rage again. Not really gonna do nothing for me, but yeah, that hurt a lot. Of course we draw this card after that turn comes through, but we already have to use it on this turn because that would hurt a lot. Alright, we make him vulnerable. A bit risky to use this right now, but you see this man's HP, he needs to start losing some HP. That is too much. Great. Give me Flex. Give me Defense. Thunderclap him. Hit him with the Whirlwind. We're holding on just barely. But we're dead. We're just dead. There's nothing I can do about this. I have 1 block card, and it saves me for 3 damage. Like, what am I supposed to do about that? Alright, so Thunderclap. Thunderclap. Wow, that's infuriating. Okay. So, this man's gonna live with 4 HP, and you're like, oh, you just need 1 more energy. Play Bloodletting, right? Because then you get the extra energy, and then you have Bash, and you can kill him, right? Right. Funny thing about that is, I lose 3 HP. I don't know if you guys can see what HP I'm at, but I'm at 3, so I'm at the perfect level to be made sure that I can't win this fight because of that. So, in Baby Rage fashion, we're just gonna use the thing, and I'm not even gonna give you the satisfaction of killing me. I'm gonna do it myself. Man can't even have the decency to just go down. The new characters you unlock pretty quick. But yeah, really just unfortunate that I mean, you couldn't, you can't make that stuff up. The fact that I got left with 3 HP on a card that requires 3 HP in order to be able to play the card that we needed to win that fight. I mean, you just can't make that up. Back in we go. Send me. Alright, so we got our tutorial-esque first playthrough out of the way, so we can go a bit faster on this one. So we got Whale Lord over here. He only shows up after the first time you do one. And he gives you bonuses to start the run with. So I can transform a card into a different card. I can obtain 3 random potions. I can lose 8 max HP in order to gain 250 gold, or I can throw away my starting relic and obtain a random boss relic. So usually the way I pick these, transforming a single card isn't much. You're not even guaranteed for it to be a good card, so I generally don't pick that one. Obtaining 3 random potions is just RNG, as it says they're random. Pretty much similar to the card thing. It's only as good as the random potions are. Losing 8 max HP to gain 250 gold is pretty good, because gaining that 250 gold early, you can hit up like this shop that's right after this first fight here, which can lead you to getting 1, maybe 2 relics out of it. So that way you would have your starting relic plus an extra 1 to 2 relics for the cost of 8 max HP. Or you could throw away your starting relic and obtain a random boss. This isn't always guaranteed to be good, but generally the boss relics are pretty good. So just to show off a different relic, I'm going to take a random boss relic. Now this is Cursed Key. What Cursed Key does is I gain permanent energy. It's an energy relic. So I'm going to immediately start the run with 4 energy. The problem with Cursed Key is whenever I pick up a treasure chest, I'm going to get a curse along with it. So every time I hit a chest, so whenever I hit one of these treasure signals up here that are highlighted right there, whenever I hit one of those, I'm going to obtain a curse. Curses range from being very, like, they don't do all too much, to they're very debilitating. So, as Whale Lord said there, risk versus reward. I'm willing to risk it, because having 4 energy early is pretty insane. Like, we played all of our damaging cards there, whereas had I had my starting relic there, I wouldn't have been able to play Bash, and I would have had to do 2 strikes and a defend rather than Bash and double strikes. Which, as you can see, that damage is pretty insane. We went from 12 damage up to doing, what, 26 damage? So, over doubled the damage because we had 1 extra energy. Yeah, it's pretty good. This dude's gonna live with 1 HP, so I gotta throw 1 block on there. But otherwise, yeah. So starting with 1 extra energy, while it doesn't seem crazy, it's actually extremely strong. Because, you know, if you're sitting here with 3 energy or whatever, you're like, oh, 2? That's, you know, that's pretty decently high cost. Whereas 4, you're like, well, at least I can play another card after it, more or less. Fire breathing might actually be my go-to card in this situation. I don't generally pick it up, but my thinking is, it says whenever you draw a status or a curse card, deals 6 damage to all enemies. So it's AoE damage. It's halfway decent AoE damage at that, in case it's 6 damage. And it's on every curse or status card I pick up once I play it. So if I have a stack of curse cards, so like if I pick up 3 or 4, that could potentially be 18 or 24 damage to all enemies. I don't generally pick it up, but because of the way that we started with our relic, I think it might be worthwhile. Now, here's a good question on what do we want out of this. I still like hemokinesis, even though it's not upgraded. Paying 2 HP for 15 damage is still very good. I mean, that essentially makes it along the lines of this perfected strike here in terms of the damage we'll get out of it, but I'm paying 1 less energy for it. Now, I tend to go crazy with just throwing away HP whenever I have HP cards, so that's something I personally have to watch out for, but I generally find it worth it. Perfected Strike is situational. Because we're getting it as early as it is, it's worthwhile for the extra damage it's gonna give me. Like, we're getting 18 on a 2-cost card, so we can just immediately kill off something that has 16 HP, which is pretty good. It'll fall off later, especially in the later back 2, but we got it so early that we can absolutely take advantage of it. Shockwave, I do like a lot. Applies 3 weak and vulnerable to all enemies. So for 2 cost, you can make them do 25% less damage, or inflict 25 less damage to you, and then you inflict 50% more damage to them. Very, very nice card. Very just make them do less damage and you do more damage. Who wouldn't, right? Right, so I'm greedy. So in this one, as you make your way down a long corridor, you say a banana, a donut, and a box floating about. No, upon closer inspection, they're tied to strings coming from holes in the ceiling. There's a quiet cackling from above as you approach the objects. What do you do? So I can heal for 26 HP, doesn't do nothing because I'm literally at full HP. I could gain 5 max HP for free and just get 5 max HP, or I could become cursed with regret but obtain a relic. What regret does, as you can see down there, is at the end of your turn lose HP equal to the number of cards in your hand. So if I have 5 cards and I end my turn and regrets in my hand, I'm gonna take 5 damage. And this is every time this card comes up, so it can do quite a bit of damage to you just for it existing in your deck. But I'm greedy and want the relic. You grab the box, inside you find a relic, however, you really crave the donut. You're filled with sadness, but mostly regret. Even the game's like, I should have taken the donut, but hey, you know how many cards are in those things? Like, absolutely not. This guy is just buffing himself, so we can just kind of wail out on him. We will absolutely hemokinesis, and we'll play a strike. So we paid 2 HP, but we came out of that fight relatively healthy, which is generally why I like the hemokinesis card. Don't forget my rewards. I didn't want any of the cards it was offering me here, so I pressed O to go ahead and skip it. Doubling my block, I have no cards that give a good amount of block, so doubling it isn't going to do anything. It's also very expensive, and 2. Second wind isn't bad, but I just don't have an exhaust energy, so I'm not too worried about that. Because we're so healthy as we are, we're going to go ahead and upgrade. Deal 10 damage to all enemies. Well, we have a curse now, so that might be worthwhile. Dealing 3 is good. There's no reason to upgrade Shockwave. It's a luxury upgrade, I guess I should say. And the fact that you don't need it, but having 2 extra stacks of weak and vulnerable is nice. Perfected Strike, I intend to get rid of at some point, so I'm not going to invest in it. Hemokinesis, I will absolutely keep throughout the rest of the run, so an extra 5 damage. Don't mind if I do. So we could skip the boss if we wanted to, take these question marks and just run with it, or we could fight the boss. We're feeling, I would say, relatively strong right now, so we're going to go ahead and do it. And then as soon as I say that, the game's like, here's your regret. I don't know if that's just them showing me an omen of what's to come, but we're here right now. Because we have vulnerable on this guy, we could just outright one-shot him with hemokinesis there. As you can see, regret, because I still have the 2 cards in my hand, ended up doing 2 HP damage to me. That damage actually does go through block and whatnot, so I can't just play a block and get through it. It actually does straight up HP damage, which makes it one of the more annoying curse cards in the game. I would say one of the worst that I've experienced so far. Seeing red I like a lot. It's just gain energy and then it gets out of your hand. When you upgrade it, you I forget. I can always just view it. Yes, it costs nothing. So right now it costs 1. So you gain 1 energy and it gets out of your card right now. If I upgrade it, I gain 2 energy for free, and then the card gets out of my hand. If you're a very high cost deck, then having cards like this helps mitigate some of the cost of it. We're not really at that point yet, but energy is energy, so I will absolutely take it. This guy can cause major problems. You won't see it right now, but he can. What it does is, whenever you play a skill, he gains 2 strength. So if I play 3 blocks or something like that, he's going to gain 6 strength, which essentially already overrides 1 block and then a 5th of another one. So you can see how he essentially scales off of you playing defensive. So the whole strategy around fighting the gremlin noob over here, they must have missed an O. Got him. But yeah, this guy is just a DPS test. It's like if you can kill him fast, your life will become much easier. If you're a low damage deck, you're gonna feel it. As you can see, this man's already doing 14 damage, and this man has not received a single buff from me. So yeah, he hits hard. Yeah, so this is gonna hurt. Ow. Naturally, he decides to hit hard on the turn where I don't have any block. Now, we made him weak and vulnerable there. He did end up getting strength down there, as you can see, with the red sword. But we made him vulnerable, we also made him weak, so the weak is gonna take care of his upgraded damage for now, until it wears off. But then, eventually, he still has that permanent +2 damage boost for the time being, which is not what you want to see. And of course, he's going to gain even more if I play this block, but it's still going to be worthwhile for the time being. We're still going to block more than what we get hit with, but not much. I would say we were relatively strong in that fight to begin with, so to still lose almost half our HP kind of just shows how strong of a early game boss that character is. So shrug it off, I do like gain 8 block. It's almost like playing 2 defend cards in 1. You also draw a card out of it, so that's pretty nice. Bloodletting, love it. Infernal Blade is situational, but it can be good. Add a random attack into your hand and it costs 0. So you can potentially pull a 3-cost card for a 1-cost energy. You can only do it 1 time because of the exhaust. But if you have good in RNG, this is a card for you. If you don't, I would say just pick Shrug It Off or Bloodletting. I'm greedy, so I'm gonna take Bloodletting. as you guys see there, I obtained a curse because of curse key when we opened up the treasure chest. I got decay, which is just like take 2 damage or something whenever the card comes up. It's extremely mild in terms of curses, extremely mild. Like, I'm not concerned about that in the slightest. These guys are very nice because when it says remove a card from your deck, it includes curses. So if we really wanted to, we could throw this card away immediately. But regret, honestly, one of the worst curses in the game to get, at least from what I've experienced so far, so I'm gonna throw that away. I'm just gonna go ahead and heal here. Right next to our curse key up there, we have Dreamcatcher. What Dreamcatcher does is whenever you rest at one of the rest sites, you can pick up a card to grab, as you can see right here, where it says Dreaming. This is us grabbing a card and just handing it off to our deck. I want to cleave because I want some AoE damage on the off chance we run into something. And then we immediately ran into something. Okay. So, what do we want to do about this? You're not attacking me, so you're not concerned at the moment. You're doing 13. So I want to hemokinesis you. Cleave will take care of you. What Gremlin Horn did, as you can see right there, whenever an enemy dies, you gain 1 energy and you draw a card. Honestly, a strong relic, absolutely would love to pick it up on every run. There's just no downside to it. Incense Burner is good, it's just situational. Every 6 turns, you gain 1 intangible. What intangible does is reduces all damage taken to 1. So if an enemy was going to hit you for 60 damage and you become intangible, instead of hitting you for 60, they're going to hit you for 1. So it's like essentially the best block in the game, but it's situational. Normally, the Ironclad does not have access to intangible. That's a more so a character specific buff, but because of the relic in the way that it is, we have access to it. We're good on HP, so we're gonna go ahead and upgrade a card again. Bloodletting, getting an extra energy out of it won't be too bad. I'm gonna upgrade Seeing Red. It's essentially the same thing, but I don't pay HP for it, so. I probably like question marks more than I should, so I probably should have fought the enemy, but we're going to remove another card from our deck, so it worked out. So now we are curseless, and we can upgrade yet another card. I don't know what I want. Ah, boy. And now I have Fire Breathing with no curses, so it's just a dead card. So, kind of did that one to myself. And now I think I upgrade Bloodletting. Just having energy is so strong in this game. Now this boss can be rather annoying, and you'll see why in a few turns here. I'm already throwing on armor because this guy can do damage. So we're gonna Hemokinesis early, just get the damage out there. We're gonna Fire Breathe just to get it out of our deck. And we're gonna go ahead and throw on a Defend. We're not gonna Bloodlet because the energy would just be wasted. This is why this guy is awful. Yeah, so this man's doing 42 damage to me. 42 damage on the first turn of actually attacking. And we drew absolutely 0 defense. So what we're gonna do in order to not get absolutely destroyed here is we're going to go ahead and we're gonna go ahead and use the Gambler's Brew. What that does is discard a number of cards and then draw that many. So we could throw away all of our strikes if we want to, and then hope that we pull some of our blocks. This is actually an extremely nice card to have in this situation. So instead of doing 42, now it's only gonna do 30. And you're like, that's not much of a difference. It's not, but I mean, now we're only taking 20 damage instead of 42. So, a bit of a difference. We also got the plated armor, so even less than that. Because he did hit me over what my block could, it took away the rest of my plated armor, which is unfortunate. But that's really all I wanted out of it, was the ability to take a hit like that. We're gonna go ahead and use our Seeing Red right there. We're not gonna get it for the rest of the fight because it is exhausted. But what I want out of it is the apply Shockwave, which now makes him weak and vulnerable. So now I can play the rest of my hand here, just do extra damage, and he's gonna be weak. So we got a nice bit of damage in there, and didn't get punished for it. Thankfully, we just turned it tangible. As you can see, this guy's only doing 1 damage to us now, due to the effects of intangible. So now we can kind of punish this guy to our heart's content in this turn, and only get hit for 2 damage because of it. So that's pretty nice. Our energy cost is kind of like where we actually need it to be now, so bloodletting isn't too big of a deal. But later on, it'll pay for itself. Just gotta keep laying the smackdown on him. This guy does give me garbage cards to throw into my hand, like he gave me a burn, which at the end of your turn, you take 2 damage. But unlike Regret, these cards can be blocked with regular block stats. So I had 10 there, I lost 2 due to the burn, so I only ended up getting 8. But yeah. Oh yeah, fire breathing is actually perfect on this boss, I forgot, because burns count as status cards, which activates fire breathing. So the more burns he adds to my deck, it's actually the better in this case, which is surprising and very rare that that turns out being the case. But every time he adds a burn into my deck, because we have fire breathing on, it's going to deal him 6 damage. So if he adds me 3 more burns, he's going to take an extra 18 damage. And this man, we're just racing on HP here, but we're very close in HP. After that, it doesn't look as good, but yeah, we're very much so making our way back here. We were killing him very slowly, as you can see, because he rolled around back to his big attack. The thing about this boss is he starts with a heavy attack like this. He'll just hit you really hard, like how he's going to hit us for 42. And then he slowly ramps back up again, and as you can see, once all his flames are lit again, he does that massive attack that he does. Thankfully, we have him at a point to where we can just kill him. Otherwise, we would have absolutely gotten punished. Here's a very nice card. It's very expensive, but at the start of your turn, gain 2 strength. So every turn after you play this card, you gain 2 strength. And you're like, oh, that's not much, plus 2 damage every turn, right? But it builds on top of itself. So by your second turn, you're at plus 2. Third turn, you're at plus 4. Fourth turn, you're at plus 6. You can start to see how that starts to add up. Especially when you start getting plus 6, plus 8, plus 10 damage on every card or something like that. You can start to see where that starts to add up. So I will absolutely take that. Now these ones are interesting. Empty Cage is a very meh relic. I'm not even sure why it's a boss relic. Upon pickup, remove 2 cards from your deck. It's literally just the merchant thing that we did upon removing cards, but 2 of them as a relic. Really don't respect it. Now we have Coffee Dripper, which you gain 1 permanent energy, much like how we got out of the key there, but you can no longer rest, which means you can no longer heal at the campfires. There's other ways in the game to heal, but those are like your main form of healing. So in terms of like energy items, I would say it's rather low, and I would rather not. So we're gonna go with Black Star. Now Black Star is a greed relic. What I mean by a greed relic is it says elites drop an additional relic when defeated. So the only thing this relic does is helps you get more relics. And in order to get more of these relics, you have to fight elites, which already comes with its own set of issues, aka the greed. But if you're able to get away with it, you're getting 2 relics every time, so you will you'll scale very well if you're able to weather the storm. If you can't, like if you feel you have a weak deck, I would say don't pick up Black Star because you won't be able to get a good use out of it. But if you feel relatively strong, then by all means. I'd say we're rather strong. I'd say we're pretty up there. I want to say like strongest run ever or anything like that, but we're not exactly like defenseless by any means. Just play out our hand there, no real reason. Unfortunately, our intangible triggered that turn and not this turn, because now we gotta defend ourselves a little bit here. Now, I would use Shockwave on this guy. Problem being is he has that artifact, which is gonna negate all this. You would think applying 3 weak and 3 vulnerable would count as 6 procs, but no, it only counts as 2 against his 3, in which case it would do nothing but cost me energy. So for the time being, that card's kind of just a dead draw for us. At least in this fight. Is probably a better way of putting it. Much like Intimidate, because if I play it, as we can see right here, negated it, now he's at 2. So you can work him down that way. Different characters go about this boss better. I would say he's probably the worst enemy for us to have. Or at least he's the worst character into this boss, I would say. Just because the Iron Clan is very much, I only do damage. So you can start to see how that becomes a bit of a problem when something just has infinite block stacks on it. The longer you take on this guy, from what I've found, just the worse it is for me. So I'm just willing to accept the damage that I take in order to get out of there as quick as possible. I want at least 1 X card in every deck, so I'm going to take that. A long line of hooded figures can be seen entering an unassuming cathedral. Naturally, you join the line and are quickly surrounded by cultists. They ignore you as they gleefully chant and wave their weapons around. Murder Ka. You eye a donation box. I can either smash and grab it for 99 gold, or I can stay in line, obtain the Ritual Dagger, and lose 6 HP. Now, as you can see down there, what the Ritual Dagger does is you do 15 damage for 1 cost, so it's already pretty good damage-wise. The unique thing about this card is if you kill an enemy with it, aka why it's a Ritual Dagger, you permanently increase the damage done by the card by 3 for every time that you do it. It does exhaust for that fight, so you can only get a max of 3 every fight, unless you have a way to get make it so it doesn't exhaust itself, like how that one Twisted Spoon relic did. But we don't have that. We ended up just not having that as an option this run. But I would say gaining a card that does 15 damage and potentially permanently scaling for 6 HP is worth it. Some people might say otherwise. Some people would probably say take the 99 gold and then run up to that merchant up there and then get yourself a relic. You wouldn't have lost the HP and whatnot, but I don't know. As you continue your ascent, thick black smoke begins to billow out of the ground and walls around you, coalescing into 3 mass forms that start the speed. Another Papa Meow, I think. Agreed, she always makes the funnest toys. You noticed an oversized grin as the third address you. Ignore the others. Would you like a taste of our power? So I can accept we've received 5 apparitions. What do? They gave you the intangible stat like we already have, so it's essentially the best block in the game. It exhausts, so we only get 1 turn of it. We gain 5 of them, but we lose 40 max HP, so they would half health us for this opportunity. It's just too much of a cost. If it was like a third of my HP, I would consider it, but like half my HP, that's just too much, man. Now, we actually did end up hitting a question mark there, and not actually the shop shown on the map there. So question marks can hold shops as well. So we can actually check out what this guy's got. Bottled Flame is nice. The nice thing about it is you choose an attack, and every fight you go into, you automatically start with that card in your hand. So if you just have a really nice, hard-hitting card and you like it that much, you throw a Bottled Flame on it, all of a sudden, every fight you go into, you have immediate access to it. So I'd say definitely one of the better relics, and you're gonna pretty much notice that in the price change. As you can see, these ones are you know, about 150, and this one's 260. So you can see the game definitely likes that one a bit more. Flame Barrier is very nice. You gain 12 block, and it has a Thorns effect. Whenever they attack you, you do 4 damage back. It's 2 costs, so it's a little expensive, but for the 12 block and the chance to do damage back to people, I generally go ahead and pick it up. It's also on sale, so... We don't have a curse in here anymore, do we? We do not. We still have too many strikes in here, so I'll probably actually pour my money into this. Strikes, at this point, are just dead weight. They're just dead weight. Nothing good's coming of it. Checking in case there's another halfway decent card in here. There is, but I'm poor, so I can't get it. So do we fight a boss? Do we keep going? Do we fight a boss over there? That locks us into this lane. So we're gonna fight a boss. This could be very scary, based on what I'm looking at. So we're gonna use our speed potion. It gives us 5 dexterity. We'll lose it at the end of our turn, but what that does is it makes our blocks better. So our flame barrier used to only give us 12 block, now gives us 17. The general idea being that I just want to block as much of this early damage as is possible. The dagger, I don't put much value, I would say, on it inside of a boss fight because I would take a lot more damage. So we'll pay the 3 right there just to go ahead and kill this guy off quicker. Because the longer you fight these guys, the worse it ends up being for you. Like, you gotta deal with them as quick as you can. I'm willing to pay... We're gonna take a bunch of HP damage here for this, but... that guy was about to entangle me, in which case I wouldn't have been able to attack, in which case I would have been relatively defenseless the next turn, so definitely not something I was looking forward to. Now we actually have intangible, so we can punish these guys now with only minor punishment ourselves. So we're going to do fire breathing because they give us a bunch of status effects, which will allow us AoE damage, which will wear these guys down quicker. We want shockwave in order to be able to weaken them. And then I'll just accept the fact that they do 2 damage in order to be able to start wearing down these guys a bit quicker. Alright, here we go. Now we got something here. Give me the energy. We play Demon Form. We play Bash in order to get this guy weak. That's enough to take him out. That's a kill, which is going to give us our energy back thanks to Gremlin Horn. And now we can play our defense off of that. And so we essentially paid 2 HP to take that guy out, which we would have taken way more had we allowed him to live. So definitely worthwhile. So we do 28 right here. If we did that, that'd be... No. So, there we go. Now he's dead. Again, paying a little bit of HP. As you can see here, Black Star is an effect in the fact that Toxic... We have 2 relics here. Toxic Egg being a relatively, I would say, definitely one of the better relics. Essentially what it does is whenever you add a skill into your deck, upgrade it. So it's essentially free upgrades on skills for the rest of your run, which is really strong considering the fact that you don't have to do anything to make your skills better. And on certain characters, this is a lot more relevant. For our Ironclad, not so much. But for somebody like the Silent, which we saw that lady in the green cloak or whatever, that we unlocked on our first death, would absolutely die for that relic. None of these I really like. I'll take Pummel Strike. Pummel Strike's not too bad. Now, if I was really ballsy, I would fight this and then fight the boss up to the left of it. But there's something about that. It feels too greedy, so I'm a dip on that one. Berserk is a little bit risky. I'm willing to take it, though. I'm willing to take that chance. So we're gonna do a lot of our own HP damage here to make sure that we take less damage. Congratulations, you played yourself. Feels bad. I needed one more proc in order to be able to kill one of them, so yeah, it took a bit of HP on this one. Basically my own fault, so I can't feel too bad about that. Just the math didn't come out the way I wanted it to. But that's alright, we healed beforehand. As you can see there, Curse Key still in effect. Ended up giving us shame, because of course it did. Self-forming clay. Whenever you lose HP, gain 3 block next turn. This is actually perfect for what we got going on here. Because whenever we play Offering, whenever we play Hemokinesis, any of those cards where we self-inflict damage upon ourselves, we'll end up getting block out of it. Is it worth the HP that we're putting into it? Debatable. But we'll be taking less damage through the damage that we can block, so that's something. Literally just don't have a block card in my deck, huh? Alright then. So that's gonna hurt a lot. You know, like a lot. Wow. At least I'm intangible now, so I have to set up like absolutely on this turn. So we use Demon Form, so we're buffing our damage up here a bit. See if that's actually going to be the difference for us or not. Everybody's saying don't do it, but this man will absolutely kill me if I don't do it. Oh, none of these are good. At least the merchant's guaranteed not a fight, so I'll take that. Give me Rupture for sure. Rupture at this point is flex but permanent for me because of all our do damage to ourselves card. Oh, okay, I guess I'll just die then. Alright, so I'm just dead. I literally didn't pull a single block card. So guess I'll just die then. That's Slay the Spire, baby. I mean, literally nothing I can do to stop this. Like, I'm just dead. Nothing I do matters. I'm just dead here, so just play it out. I couldn't even steal his kill away from him this time. We're starting to actually unlock some cards now, as you can see here. And these cards are much better than the cards that we had access to. As you can see there, Heavy Blade is probably like the signature card for this guy. Deal 14 damage, strength affects this card 3 times, and then as you can see in the next card along it, if the enemy intends to attack, gain 3 strength, and then you have Limit Break, which is double your strength. So, essentially, they basically just sold you a win right there, if you can get all 3 of those cards. You spot weakness, so you gain the strength, and then you Limit Break, so then you'll have extra strength, and then you play Heavy Blade, which gets affected by strength 3 times. When you get it upgraded, it affects it 5 times. So yeah, that is his bread and butter set up there that we finally just unlocked. So now life should be a lot easier for us, assuming we can actually gain access to those cards. I don't think throwing away our beginning relic was like the problem there. I think it was just never having a block card. Obtaining a curse for a random rare relic is probably worthwhile. That way we can at least keep our main one. Of course it's regret, because of course it is. So the deal with that, we're gonna start over here. And then naturally we draw the first turn, because of course we do. Yeah, you get the general gist of it for this first part. This first part is generally about the same on every run. Not much you can do about it. I mean, Whale Lord over there can help you a little bit on making it a bit more unique, but for right now, pretty much going with what we want. What we actually picked up there for our potion was Fairy in a Bottle, which, if you've ever played Legend of Zelda, you know what this does. When you would have died, you heal the 30% of your max HP instead, and then you lose the potion. So essentially, it's a get out of jail free card one time. You're not even necessarily guaranteed to get out of it, but it's a better failsafe than anything else you got going on for you at that point. So we're using the card removal service. We're getting rid of Regret. I hate that card. I hate it being in my deck, so I'm just getting rid of it for the time being. Feed is expensive, but it's so early into the run that we could just buff our max HP so much. So we'll be forced into that side if we stay that way. This way we have more options to us. We can remove our card from our deck by losing 7 HP. I'll go ahead and do that. We have more attack cards than we do defense, so we'll go ahead and get rid of Strike. Question now being, do we want to go to the shop or fight an enemy? We'll go ahead and fight an enemy. I'd rather wish we had gone to the shop, but okay. Well, yeah. Yeah, this guy, you're basically just guaranteed to take damage from him. Like, there's really not much you can do about it. Like, he hits so hard for where he's at. We could have used feed just for the damage, but I want the max HP off of it, ideally. You also don't want to take your time against this guy either, because he buffs himself over time, as he's trying to do right now. And he gives himself strength, which gives him just extra damage upon extra damage. So you really want to kill this guy off quickly. I've been playing it a bit slowly. Thankfully, we picked up Sever Soul, which gave us enough damage to do what we needed to do there. Pommel Strike is not bad. Because of our wing boots here, we actually could jump over to this boss, fight it, heal up, hit the question mark, and then jump back to the other side, which is what that relic does. It allows you to switch paths 3 times throughout the entire run, and then if you try to do it a 4th time, you're just stuck on that one. So, a little greedy on my side to be doing this, but I think we can handle it. Another annoying boss if you don't hit hard. Because this guy hits consistently hard, as you can see right there. This man's already hit me for 18 damage. Which is not what you want to see. Just try and mitigate that however we can. This one, for the setup, we're going to take the damage and just go in on him. So it's every 3 turns. He does 2 relatively hard-hitting attacks, and then he does a debuff. What this debuff does, it's a, for the fight, it is a permanent -1 strength down and a -1 defense down. So every attack I have, so instead of Strike doing 6 damage, it would do 5 damage. Instead of blocking for 6, it would block for 5. So you're like, not a huge deal, but if you imagine if you can't DPS this guy hard enough, all of a sudden if he drops you down 2 or 3 damage, all of a sudden your cards start doing 2 or 3 damage. When this man's got 110 HP, you can start to see there's a bit of a problem there. So we're just trying to hit this man as hard as we can right now. Everything hurts. Everything hurts. We just need to get out of here. I just gotta accept the damage and just hit it. Thankfully, we're gonna heal a little bit thanks to our Burning Blood, which we didn't abandon this time over the other time. We picked up a little bit of gold. Anchor is not bad. Start each combat with 10 block. It allows you to have a better first hand, which for some enemies is very much so a difference maker. So now we can stay on this line for a little bit because we can take advantage of the healing and whatnot. We can actually jump back over to this side now and gain a second heal out of that. Now we only have 1 more use of our Hermes boot over there, but we got a decent amount out of that. Of course, we get Dreamcatcher after we just, you know, healed 2 times in a row. Not like we could have used that earlier or anything. we're gonna do it for the sake of card draw. We're gonna go ahead and heal here. Go ahead and give me Thunderclap because I want access to Vulnerable, which isn't specifically for Bash, I should say. And immediately getting rewarded with it by the fact that we can just go ahead and do that. So now they're all their artifacts are gone, and now they're vulnerable to actually being applied with vulnerable and weak and whatnot. We only have vulnerable at the moment, but it's better than nothing. Definitely give me Sever Soul back. Now, Sever Soul is actually really nice for this fight. The reason being is the Dazed cards count as status cards. And Sever Soul, it's whenever you have non-attack cards in your hand, it exhausts them. So if I had pulled a Dazed here, whenever I play Sever Soul, it would get rid of it. So it's actually a nice cleanse in that regard. We're gonna end up taking damage here. It's just going to happen. The way we're going to take the damage, we're going to take this guy out. We're going to take the 9 damage. The reason why we didn't just use Sever Soul is because if we did, it would have exhausted our 2 defense there, which, you know, then we would have lost access to potential block, which is not exactly what you're looking for. So I wanted to try and preserve it just a little bit. Go ahead and headbutt this guy. Go ahead and give me Sever Soul back. Sever Soul is really just our main just damage dealer right now. Like, that is our kill card. And Thunderclap him. Of course, this dude's gonna live with 1 HP because of course you are. We're gonna hit this guy with Sever Soul, so that way he drops in a realistic kill zone in our next turn here. So now we can take care of you and take care of you. Still hurt quite a bit, but we lived. We got a regen potion, which is actually pretty nice. Heavy Bleed. This is what we're looking for right here. And now I need some strength cards to go with it, otherwise it doesn't do too much. We don't have any curses. I want more block. I want better block is probably a better way of putting that. That's about all we're getting out of it, sadly, so. Alright, see how bad this is. Oh, this is a fine fight. This is not a problem. Slap it. And slap you. Very just free fight right there. Very lucky that turned out being what it was. Alright, we had the HP for this. It just had to be you, didn't it? So we're gonna pop a regen potion right here. So essentially what it does is regen. So I'm gonna heal for 5 this turn, then I'm gonna heal for 4 next turn, and then 3, and then you get the idea. So just to regen some of our HP for the time being. So we're gonna Thunderclap into Heavy Blade just to get some early damage in on him. Yep, that dude stays hitting hard. You hate to see it, but not much I can really do about it. Shrug it off will help a little bit. I can throw another defend on there and hit with strike. Still taking damage. It's just you're basically guaranteed to take damage on this guy. There's really not much you can do about it. We can Sever Soul. Sever Soul's gonna do better than Heavy Blade, so Sever Soul this guy. And with the headbutt, give me Sever Soul back. We're gonna take damage. That's what our regen potion's there for. It's to help mitigate our own damage we allow ourselves to take. But overall, we probably took way less damage than what we would have had we had not done that. A second feed could be interesting. Just, I could spam feeds. I could eventually get my my max HP up more, I should say. Rupture, good card. We just don't have the cards to actually activate to make it worthwhile. We have enough Thunderclaps. They really don't hit that hard unupgraded. They hit even less than a strike. The main cell being the vulnerable and the ability for AoE. Other than that, yeah. Probably actually will take a clash here. We don't really have that much block, so just potential damage is worthwhile. So we picked up 1 block right now, so if I tried to play this, he would have a cow about it. Yeah, he says I have non-attack cards in my hand. So if we just play the defend, now we have access to clash, which is 14 damage, which is better than a strike, so it's essentially paying the 1 energy for the 14 damage, which is worthwhile. Should we have thunderclapped earlier than that? Oh, absolutely. Did we? No, we headbutt you, give me clash back again, and hit him with some strength. Alright, here's the problem with the slime boss. So he charges up for 2 turns, and this man's trying to hit me for 35 damage. The gimmick to this guy is his split ability. When his HP is at or below 50% HP, he'll split into 2 smaller slimes with slime boss's current HP. So you want to drop this guy with this... You want to get him under half with as little HP as possible, because he's going to split into 2 slimes with his HP. But when you force him to split, it stops his attack. So instead of us getting hit for 35 damage here, we'll end up splitting him, which will stop that from occurring. Assuming we can actually do that, which is going to force me to throw away 2 defense, which I don't like to see. We're going to use a duplication potion here. Essentially, the idea is you played the same card that you used twice, whichever one you use next. So using Sever Soul is going to allow me 32 damage. What that did is it stopped his attack, it got rid of our defense, it also stopped us from taking 35 damage, we also dropped him under half HP, and now we're kind of just laying waste to him here. So now he's going to split, but now he's going to split at 36 HP instead of 70 HP each, which, as you can imagine, is a bit of a nice difference. So the thing about these two is this guy makes you frail, so you gain less block. This guy, when he hits you, weakens you, so you do less damage. So I would say take care of this guy first, because being frail and gain less block from cards is deal-withable. And doing less damage is like the thing that'll get you killed. Give me feedback. Slimes, they're just gonna... The thing about the slimes is, sadly, is that it's gonna ruin Clash for me, because they're gonna be in my deck, and I can't get rid of them unless I use energy to get rid of them. So sadly, those are gonna ruin my Clash plays. But outside of that, it's not too bad. Again, Sever Soul, whoever's gonna do the most damage out of you two. And then we can strike you, and then if one of our other feeds rolls back around, then we can feed on the slime there and get some of our max HP up there. You, I would rather you didn't hit me as hard as you did, but thankfully we hit hard enough to split you. Now you're going to split at 7s, which is fine. That's even within feed territory, which you love to see. Which, considering we're only fighting a 7 HP slime at the moment, we can kind of just sit here and wait for a feed opportunity. In which case, so in that fight, we gained 6 max HP, and we're gonna heal back to full HP. So these early, this early stuff is nice. Before then, you can start certainly getting punished for it. So Heavy Blade is scaling off of our strength, so Limit Break is something I'm looking forward to there. Mark of Pain is... it's okay. It's an energy relic, but at the start of each combat, shuffle 2 wounds into your draw pile. Wounds are unplayable, they're just dead weight, essentially, so you gain 2 dead weight cards into your deck every fight in order to get permanent 1 energy up. So it's like, I would say it's a middle tier energy item. It's not the best, it's not the worst. If you need the energy, take it. Otherwise, there's better. Empty Cage, still don't respect it. Black Star, now we're talking. The Greed Relics, baby. And the greed doesn't end in Elden Ring. No, no, no. The greed continues. You thought it would have stopped in Dark Souls. No, no, you can't stop the greed, baby. Shrug that off, because that's a decent amount of damage. I'd rather not. I'm willing to take 2 damage. I will take 2 damage. That's fine. So the unique thing about our thieves here are that they steal my gold. As you can see there, if you were watching my gold at the time they hit me, they stole 15 gold each. So I used to have like 220 or so, but they stole some of it because they're just that nice. Rude, really, but that's alright. We'll make them pay for it. You guys are so lucky I'll have the energy to make those feeds come out, because I absolutely would feed on your very existence. Oh, that all being said, you did. Oh yeah, but one of the also unique things about them is that they'll run away with your gold. So I would have to do 52 damage to this guy in this turn in order to stop him from leaving with 15 of my gold. Just straight up impossible for what our deck is at the moment, so he's getting that way, sadly. We stole back some of our gold, not all of it, but some of it. None of these I really care about, so we're just gonna go ahead and skip those. Offer gold to remove a card from our deck. We are extremely far away from merchant, so go ahead and give me that. Get rid of my strikes, they're useless. Heal for 30 HP is not bad, but we're also not that hurt, so give me a card to add to my deck. I need power cards. I need strength cards. There we go. Spot. Another heavy. No, I need the spot weakness. I need the spot weakness. There we go. If an enemy intends to attack, gains 3 strength. Unlike Flex, the gaining of the 3 strength is the permanent buff for that fight. So instead of gaining 2 strength and losing at the end of my turn, I'm gaining 3 strength throughout the rest of the fight. So definitely just better than Flex. I still think Flex is a good card. I just think that that spot weakness is better. And its condition of, oh, an enemy has to be intending to attack you is an extremely easy condition to fulfill. Now, I'm not saying every time you use it, you're guaranteed for it to happen, but it's very easy, unlike some of the other conditions in the game that they'll ask of you for things. I'm starting to notice a little bit of a problem here in the fact that you guys are negating half my damage. Not cool, fam. Well, we're gonna eat some bird for dinner. We're gonna take quite a bit of HP damage here. It is what it is. Not much I can do when I draw both my thunderclaps at the wrong time. So as you can see, once we hit him 3 times, he lost his flying status, which stunned him, so he's no longer attacking us. And now he is available to take full damage from our attacks on the next turn. So if we had one more thunderclap there, we would have been able to knock both of them down. Sadly not the case. Limit Break, we can boost our strength, so now every attack has +6 damage on it, so we can outright kill this guy due to his vulnerability. And that's an extra 3 max HP for us. So, like I was saying about the feed card, you get it early, you can start getting your max HP up there. But it's got to be early. Go ahead and get rid of him. Heavy Blade, now that we have the strength to actually work with it, probably worthwhile. Lizard Tail, this is essentially Fairy in a bottle, but better. Instead of 30% of your HP, it is 50% of your max HP. Other than that, it is essentially fairy in a bottle, but you get extra HP back, so not bad. Definitely gonna go ahead and heal up here. Oof. I'll take Flame Barrier. Impervious, in terms of block, is better, but I only have it as a one-time use because I don't have a card that makes Exhaust manageable for me, so Flame Barrier probably ends up being better for me. We'll absolutely fight this boss. I actually picked up the perfect card for this boss. Here's the thing about this guy. Painful Stabs. Whenever you receive attack damage from this enemy, add a wound into your discard pile. So whenever this guy does damage to you that's unmitigated, it will add a wound into your discard pile. And you're like, that's not too bad, it's in your discard pile. And you're like, it's not while you have cards. The problem is when you roll your discard deck into your draw pile, all of a sudden you start drawing a whole bunch of wounds. And then because you have wounds, you can't play cards, which then makes you take more damage, which then makes you take more wounds, which then you draw more wounds, which makes you take more damage, and then you can see how that can get out of control real quick. So, yeah, definitely... Again, just like a lot of the elite fights in this game, very much so, you have to race them on DPS. This time we're just taking damage, sadly. There's nothing I can do about it. Nothing I can do about it. Yep, as you can see, there's that 3 wounds. Of course, now I pull out Flame Barrier. The thing is, Flame Barrier on this boss fight is very good, because a lot of the times he does multiple attacks, like he just did a 3-hit to me right there. Which, had he done it with Flame Barrier up, he would have taken an additional 12 damage in doing so, but of course pulled it at the wrong time, in which case I wasn't able to make use of it, so we ended up still taking damage. He's gonna take a little bit of damage off of this. Certainly not what I needed to be taking, but at least it's a little bit. This is why I put Flame Barrier back into my hand, because now this man's gonna hit me 4 times. Except in doing so, he's going to take an extra 16 damage back on himself. So, Flame Barrier, probably the best block against this guy. Now, we're actually under half HP, which sounds bad, but we actually just got a damage boost off of it because of Red Skull. While your HP is under half or below, you gain an additional 3 strength. By gaining the additional 3 strength, he made our heavy blades better. So they'll actually do way more damage. And now we also have access to Spot Weakness, which will give us even more damage. Need to mitigate some of this damage, because this guy needs to calm down just a little bit with Mr. 30 damage over here. He also, it doesn't say it, but he does more damage every turn. Like, I wouldn't even say slowly, he just ramps up in damage over time. So definitely need to take care of him while you can. That was a very risky Sever Soul in the fact that I basically just threw all my blocks that I had left on me. But thanks to our newfound strength from our Red Skull and our Spot Weakness, Heavy Blade does, you know, just 41 damage for 2 costs. Pretty good. Because we had Black Star, we got the 2 relics. One being the ancient coin or whatever they called it, in which case gives you 300 gold when you pick it up. And we got Gremlin Horn, which I'm very much so a fan. Oh, now we actually have access to Bludgeon. Bludgeon is just straight up, here's your burst damage. Cost a bit, but the damage is pretty good. So, very lucky to just have ran into the shop here. Inflame is essentially better flex. Inflame is just gain 2 strength permanently, so it's less than Spot Weakness, but it's better than Flex. Also, it's on sale, so it's even better than Flex. Question is, do I actually want it right now? Gira is okay. The thing about Gira is, instead of resting or upgrading a card, you can get permanent strength that lasts throughout the entire run up to 3 times. So if, instead of rusting or smithing, you can get up to +3 strength going into every fight immediately, which doesn't sound like much, but over potentially an entire run, depending on when you get it, can be quite a bit. Downside is, if you're gonna do that, you have to hit the rest sites, and then you also have to choose to strengthen up over healing or smithing, so definitely a risk versus reward there. But if you can make it work, you will start hitting real hard if you can get away with it. Am I hitting another merchant later? I am, which makes me kind of not want to take it, but I also don't play enough skills to make letter opener worry. Worry is okay. Choose to add 5 cards to your deck. They're not necessarily even guaranteed to be good cards, so it's a... If you just need your deck to be filled out, then it's there for you. Other than that, it's kind of meh. So we're going to take Gira here. So we're going to move to this chest. We're going to go ahead and heal up before the boss there. We're going to fight the boss. And then, I don't know, are we going to fight the boss? Alright. Well, I got Bottle Tornado. Bottle Tornado is, essentially pick a power that you want to start with each combat immediately, which in Flame is nice because that means we get immediate extra usage out of our Heavy Blade, and every other attack gains +2 strength, so not bad. So now here's the thing, we could heal, but we're forced to fight the boss. We could go into the question mark, which could be a regular fight or anything else different, but we're going to be doing it at 12 HP. We're also forced into a second fight, potentially a third fight through that question mark up there, and then into the shop, and then potentially, and then a fourth fight into the fire. Or we can heal boss and then go through it. It is going to be a little spooky here, but thankfully we have Lizard Tail and Fairy in a bottle, so we'll have a little bit to work with here. Not much, but a little bit. Absolutely not the people I wanted to see. Alright, well, you hate to see that. Alright, so we're going to inflame up. Because we still are under half HP, Red Skull is still affecting us, so we had the additional 3 strength to begin with. Because I used Inflame, we got Mummified Hand, which is whenever you play a power, a random card in your hand costs 0. So it made Sever Soul cost 0, when it originally cost 2, so that was a pretty nice effect there. We can outright kill this guy thanks to our strength upgrade. And by killing him, we got our energy back, which means we can now play Feed and Clash. So we clash this guy, and then we feed on him just because we want the damage. And all of a sudden, this fight, I want to say, is like much better, but we're certainly in a much better spot. So we can feed on him, which is going to kill us, give us our 3 max HP. It's going to refund us our energy because we ended up killing him. Hit him with our heavy strike, and we go ahead and throw this. All of a sudden, this fight doesn't look too bad. Just very lucky the way that we went about this one. We absolutely, like, had our draws not been as good as what they were, we absolutely could have had a problem there. Bird-faced Urn, apparently the game rates it a lot higher than what I think it is, at least. Whenever you play a power card, heal 2 HP. So it's like the most minuscule amount of healing ever, and it requires you to play a power card. And power cards, I would say an average cost is probably about 2 on them, so yeah, 2 energy for 2 HP is not exactly great. Stone Calendar, assuming you can hang on that long, is pretty nice. At the end of turn 7, deal 52 damage to all enemies. Essentially, if you're fighting in a regular fight and you make it to turn 7, this thing, by that point, should wipe them. If it doesn't, then you're not doing enough damage. Like, yeah, that's like the best way I can put it. Thankfully, that question mark turned out to be a merchant, in which case we can actually afford stuff now. Whenever you deal 4 or less on block damage, increase it to 5. Doesn't sound like much, but certain builds can make quite heavy use of this. Toolbox, at the start of each combat, choose 1 of 3 random colorless cards and add the chosen card into your hand. Very meh. Really just... If you like that sort of thing, go ahead and take it. Otherwise, I would say save your gold. Lantern, on the other hand, start each combat with 1 additional energy is worth it. Now, you only get 1 energy for the first turn, but having a good opening turn, as we saw with the boss, or the elite fight right there, can be the difference between life and death, certainly, so. Out of these ones, if I could afford it, I would take H&T set. Whenever you rest at a rest site, you start the next combat with 2 energy, and you're like, oh, what's so special about that, right? Well, as you notice here, every time you go into an act boss, there's always rest sites there, so essentially every time you go into a final boss fight, you start the first turn with 2 energy. And then if you think about the fact that I already have Lantern on me, which starts me with 1 energy at the beginning of combat, just off those 2 alone, I would be coming into the fight with 6 energy, and that's without energy relics. So you can see how that could work out. Ah, there's Snecko. Now, Snecko is going to cause me confusion, which you guys will see in a moment what that'll do, because there's no way that I stop him from being able to do so yet. We did hit him pretty hard while we could, though. Alright, so confusion. Whenever you draw a card, randomize the cost. So bludgeon is normally 3, it costs 0. Thanks, Snecko. Have a free bludgeon on me, friend. Headbutt's normally 1, it costs 0. Go ahead and give me bludgeon back. Bash normally costs 2, it costs 0. So just very lucky in the regards that everything rolled as low as it did. We still ended up taking damage. But Snecko is done for. Like, this man had no chance. A free upgraded heavy blade? Don't mind if I do. Now, I bought Gira, and we haven't used it once so far, but have you seen our HP lately? Our HP is not exactly where we need it to be. I'll take seeing red just for the energy boost. Now, this guy can be very annoying. He starts with 3 artifacts, so you can't even vulnerable or make him weak very easily. Which doesn't seem like it should be too much, but there's certainly some issues that go along with it. So much so that I'm actually going to thunderclap him. Maybe even twice, honestly. Just the ability to make him vulnerable, so that way I can do more damage to him later, will be worthwhile. Oh good, everybody wants to attack me this turn. Well, that's right. Rage me, give me Flame Barrier. Still a lot of damage. Give me Defend. Hold player an Explosive Potion. These guys have a lot of HP. It's not going to do too much, but at least it's something. So we definitely want to get rid of these guys because they're just doing a bunch of HP damage to us. Give me Flame Barrier back in. Yeah, that's going to hurt a little bit. You activated my trap card. You just gave me extra damage. Thanks for that. Except for the fact that I still got to throw up a Flame Barrier because this man's about to hit me for like 20 damage. We can actually take this guy out because Flash is available. And now we have access to 2 energy again, in which case we can play something like this. I would love to play Spot Weakness, but that brings me down to 1 energy, in which case I wouldn't be able to play the cards that I wanted to. We're going to Limit Break, we could hold off onto it, but I think we need the extra damage now. This really says deal 64 damage, huh? Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, Heavy Blade, you're too good. You're too good for me. Yeah, so here's one of the things about this guy. He likes doing a nuke attack. I don't know if you guys have heard of the Pokemon move, Hyper Beam, but this is essentially what this guy is doing to me. He's Hyper Beaming me. Like, oh, that's not so bad until you realize it's Hyper Beam. And normally it'd be like, oh, guess I'm dead here, which I would be, but we have Fairy in a Bottle, which will bring us back at 30%. Or Lizard Tail, which will bring us back at 50%. I'm not sure which one it's actually gonna take. I would hope the potion before the Lizard Tail, which it did. So, with the use of our Fairy in a Bottle, we lived. Of course, we literally drew all the fins on the turn that we could punish this man for free, but no, that'd be too easy. But now we get the whale on this man, like he's dead now. So, saved by our potions. So as you can see, potions are sometimes useful, as that saved us there. We still would have lived by the Lizard's Tail, but you can see how potions can help. Now this is actually an upgrade on our Burning Blood up there, our base relic we start off with. Instead of 6, we heal for 12, which is some pretty nice regen, honestly. Then we have Busted Crown, which gives us 1 extra energy permanently for the rest of the run. But whenever we get card rewards, we have 2 less to choose from. So we only get 1 card, or we have to skip it. But we get 1 energy for the rest of the run. Now this is actually a fine relic for us to take right now, because our deck is pretty much, I feel like, where we need it to be. If you get this in, like, Act 1 or something like that, it limits your card selection so severely that it's probably not worthwhile, but since we're going into Act 3 with this, definitely worth it for the energy. Trying to think of where I want to go here. I forgot I heal the full in this. In the earlier versions as well, so actually elite hunting might be something we might have a chance of doing here. It's a little bit of an if, because it's Act 3 elites, which, with them being the final act, hit pretty hard, so not exactly something I'm jumping for joy and thinking of doing, but there's something to it. We just got a little bit of strength off of that. We can feed on this guy, go ahead and give us some more HP. We got Gremlin Horn activated. And I forgot we had as much energy as we did because it was the start of the turn, so we had Lantern, and then we had the extra turn from Crack Crown, in which case we had 2 extra energy that turn, which is pretty nice. Can outright just one-shot this man with Bludgeon, so why not? Heavy Blade at this point is actually stronger than our Severed Soul. Now these guys have thorns, as you can see there. So whenever I attack them, they're going to do 5 damage back to me, which is unfortunate. But sometimes you just gotta live with taking damage. I could have used feed there. I want to feed on him if at all possible, just so that way we can get extra max HP on top of ourselves. Is that going to come to fruition? Maybe, maybe not. I'm going to attempt to make it happen, but I'm not exactly holding out hope, but, well, you know, there it is. Sword Boomerang is a good attack early in the game, not so much later. There's things you can do with it, but our build doesn't have it, so... Otherwise, it's just 1 energy for 12 damage, which is not bad. It's just not where we need it at this point, but it's not bad. Now, we could lose all of our gold in order to obtain a relic. This relic is always the red mass, which I believe gives one vulnerable at the beginning of a fight. Which means for your first turn, you're going to do that extra 50% damage, which I think is worthwhile. Because all of our relics so far are like, your first turn is going to be very strong as compared to the rest of your turns. So why not take advantage of your first turn as much as you can, right? So we can just play everything here, with just how much energy we started off with. That's pretty nice. We're at the point to where we have enough energy to where we can generally play most of our entire hand here, which is pretty nice. Go ahead and limit break. That's just enough to take him out. Pummel is not a good card unless you have the ability to acquire a lot of strength. Because it does 2 damage 5 times. But it scales with your strength. So if I had the 10 strength right now, it'd be doing 12 damage 5 times for 1 energy. All of a sudden, I've got a 1-cost energy card that's doing me 60 damage. All of a sudden, that card don't start looking too bad now to do. Go ahead and take the gold over here. I just didn't want to get cursed with regret yet again, so that's why we didn't go for Ultra Green. Oh, this guy is probably... he's either the second worst elite in this act or the worst. The reason being is you'll see it shortly. Just, you know, not to ruin the surprise for everybody, of course. I kind of just need the damage at this point. Give it to him. Yeah, so this Oli, his thing is every other turn he gets a tangible, which works the same way for him that it does for us, in the fact that whatever we do this turn will only do 1 damage. So not worth attacking him every other turn. There's decks where that makes it, there's actually a reason to do so, but our current deck, there's no real good reason. So every other turn, we just gotta hit this man, like, really hard. We just gotta, like, hit it. Demon form is gonna be too slow, sadly. Look at this man, he's in for 45 damage, and then he's gonna go invincible next turn, essentially. Disgusting. Absolutely disgustingly. This man deservedly could be an act boss. He isn't, but he absolutely could had they wanted him to. Just with how utter nonsense he is. I just gotta hit him hard. I wanted to use the limit break and then hit him, but the turns I can hit him, I have to hit him hard. As you can see, with the 45 damage every turn. Like, I hate this boss so much. It's so gross. It's so gross. So we're gonna just barely hold on thanks to our block there, but like, yikes. Yeah, absolutely annoying boss. It just really not worth it. War cry, not good. So much for our boss hunting days after that, dude, because like, okay, well, our life is not exactly looking great here either. Give me Inflame. Heal a little bit off of that. Give me Bash. Give me Heavy Blade. We're gonna get some energy back for that. Go ahead and strike you. Go ahead and feed on you at this point. Oh yeah, so this man's got 56, you know, just block to get through because that's that's great. Defense is gonna give us just enough to make a little bit worthwhile there. Thankfully, our heavy blade is scaling up a bit there, so we can start kind of dealing with these guys. As you can see, there our strength took a massive jump with that, in which case Pummel is doing 60 damage right now. So Pummel without strength, useless. Pummel with strength, and now you got something going on. We have one more skip that we could go through, and I think I'm going to take it here to go over to this one. The idea being just to hit as many rests as humanly possible on the way up. Skipping all of the rest. You discovered a colorful shop with a banner in Spire. Walked in to see what's inside. No way, nope, I can't let you. A man with a ridiculous clothing appears to have the entrance to bar you. This will not do. No, what is this style? Disgusting. Are you bleeding? Gross. Business? Are you a customer? Fine, whatever. He lets out an exaggerated sigh and points at a list of services. The service seems fine, but you'd rather punch the smug man in his smug face. Sure. No promoting violence. Come on now. By the way, we're punching him in the face. You punch him so hard your fist hurts. My face, I'll have to... He faded. Who's gross and bleeding now? Yeah, exactly. Owned? Actually owned? But don't promote that stuff. Come on. Of course, now we got Regal Pillow. Regal Pillow... Whenever you rest, heal an additional 15. Had we gotten that earlier, we would have had the rest as much as we did, but alas. Whenever you break an enemy block, apply to vulnerable. I don't generally pick this up, but I think it might be worthwhile. Again, another dude that could actively act as a act boss, because this man's got 300 HP! Like, come on, are you serious? I mean, it's got 300 HP and they're like, you versus a guy they told you not to worry about. Like, strength at the moment, so Pummel's not doing nothing for me. Heavy blade, sure. Still taking too much damage. I take all of this damage. Take all of my potions, even. Ah, you gross, dude. He's so taken. I can't even limit break. I could, but I'm just gonna get 2 strength from it. That's not really worth anything. Throw away the feeds. I could not care less about this fight. We are one fight away from the final boss. Eating people is not going to help us right now. Just kind of help mitigate some of the damage here with our flame shield. There we go. Now we're in a bit of a position where we can start getting some strength built up. Not a lot, but a little bit. This man's also getting his strength up as well, almost as fast as we are, which is disturbing in its own right, as you can see by that 31 damage that this guy's about to do to me. Oh, I'm sorry, the 44 damage this guy's about to do to me. You're so gross. If you're able to do it, you got him. Alright, literally never used gear once. Feels bad, man, but it is what it is. Alright, bird brains. Here we go. These guys, once you kill them off once, they're gone forever. This guy, the awakened one, is where it becomes a real problem. Let's just look at the annoyance we have to deal with here. at the end of every turn, he heals for 10. Okay, fair enough. Whenever you play a power, this man gains 1 strength. Now, would you like to hear? An awaken. This enemy hasn't awakened yet, which, if we get to that point, depending on if this guy ends up killing me or not, you guys will get to see what that is. All I'll say is, awakening this man is not what I'm looking to do, but also something I'm forced to do. Not exactly how I want to use Pummel. I don't need to use it yet. I can hold on to it. Pummel's actually worth holding on to. At least if we can finally get some strength at some point. Yeah, we can do enough to kill you. It's gonna refund some energy. Give me a flame barrier. Clash him. And oh, now I just use this one. Alright. Of course you're gonna live with 1 HP because Thunderclap isn't upgraded, of course. Give me my strength. I don't have any block for this. This is gonna hurt. Alright, thankfully we pulled a little bit, so this is gonna hurt a lot less. It's still gonna hurt, just less. So. I need this man to stop hurting so much. I'm trying to build up my strength as much as possible before I use my limit break, so that way we can get some actual just usefulness out of it. 15 times 5. Pummel's getting up there, man. If I can keep scaling it, we got something going on here. Our strength is just going through the roof with our demon form up there. Now we can pop this, go up to 30 strength. All of a sudden, strikes are doing 36 damage when they used to do 6 damage. That's what you like to see right there. And then now that he's vulnerable, 54 damage on a strike that normally does 6 damage. This is why you get that warm-up time for the strength, man. And now this dude's awake. So, like how we'd use the fairy in a model, essentially he did that, except, you know, he gets, 300 HP? Nothing crazy, nah, it's fine. Alright, thankfully we keep our strength. He doesn't debuff us or anything when he does that, otherwise that would have been so much worse for us. So we're just gonna try and hit this man as hard as humanly possible. Which we honestly did a good job. Thankfully we have Lizard Tail right there, so we were able to heal through that thanks to Lizard Tail, otherwise each. So Pummel Strike him. They really just do not want to give me damage cards right now, but that's fine because we got just enough. Alright, it's just that easy. A deep pulsing dread can be felt throughout the entire room. Is this the heart of the Spire, the source of this evil? You ready your blade, you deal 750 damage. The heart squirms and bleeds, but is ultimately still pounding. Are your mightiest attacks not enough? You ask yourself, have I been here before? You felt that you've dealt a total of 24,666 damage to the heart. A total of, that's a lot of damage, has been dealt by all who have challenged it. The heart pulses louder and louder as your consciousness fades. I guess I'll just go to sleep then. Victory? Question mark? Yeah. So that's Slay the Spire for our friend here. Our Mr. Ironcladsman. We also got new relics available to us. Omamori is a very nice relic. Essentially what it does is it negates your next 2 curse pickup items. Or next 2 curses that you end up picking up. which doesn't sound like much, but a lot of the situations where you get curses generally have quite a good benefit to them. But then they throw the curse at you as a like, oh, stay away, but if you're willing to go with it, then it's worthwhile. So that if you pick up Omamori, then you're like, oh, I don't have to carry about the curse because this relic will take care of it for me. And then you reap the benefits without having to take the consequences. So pretty nice. Prayer wheel can be good. It's situation. The idea of prayer wheel is like how we get a card after every combat we do. It doubles it essentially, so we get 2 cards after every combat. So it really just depends on when you pick it up in the run. Like if it's your starting relic, or if you get it very early on, then all of a sudden every card pickup becomes 2 card pickups, in which case you're able to become a lot more picky in your build, which generally ends up for a better build, which you generally end up doing better because you have the better cards to be able to be picky to do it with. So depending on when you get it is good. If you get an Act 3 or something, there's some value, but there's certainly not as much as if you pick it up in Act 1 or 2. Shovel is a rest item. When I say rest item, when we can either go rest for heals, or we can go upgrade in the fire, or in the fire camps. Instead, with Shovel, you can actually dig up other relics with it. Of course, then you're not healing or you're not upgrading your cards, but you are getting a relic out of it. Not all relics are like super fantastic, but if you dig up a good one, you know, there's something worthwhile there. So risk and reward to it. Yes. I haven't completed that yet on my regular file because I've just been trying to get Ascension 20, which is like the final extra difficulty mode with each character before going to that. So that's where I'm at in my other version. This one, now that you see that we won once, you can do Ascension. What Ascension does is essentially challenge modes that make the climb more difficult. Like Ascension 1, Elite spawns more often. So like where we are able to dodge Elites pretty much at our leisure, all of a sudden in Ascension 1, there's going to be more spawns, so they're either going to be harder to dodge, or you're going to run into them more often. Which, if you're like me and you have Black Star or something like that, works out for you well, assuming you can deal with the blows as they come. Otherwise, there's a little bit of difficulty there. We'll go ahead and play around with the silent a little bit here, and then we'll probably end it, the stream. We'll probably do like 2 run-throughs, depending on how good or bad they go. We'll see. What's up, Whale Lord? I just unlocked Ascension on the other guy, you know. No congratulations or nothing? Alright. You even took your options away? Whale Lord. Oh, what? Because I did it one time so far. You're like, oh, but you got all the help you need. Enemies in next 3 combats have 1 HP or max HP plus 7. Max HP, I don't really respect it as the original Whale Lord offer, so I'm gonna take enemies in your next 3 combats have 1 HP. Now, depending on your luck, you can actually get to elites with this relic before it wears off. So like this area, for example, there's 2 regular combats, so that's 2 charges gone, so I have 1 charge left. If every one of those 3 question marks turns out to be something that isn't a fight, then I could, in theory, get to that elite up there, and it will have 1 HP, because elites are also affected by this relic. So, it's a shot in the dark, but I mean, if you could potentially get a free elite kill out of doing this. Alright, so new character, new deck. So we've got dagger spray.
Oh my God. This is what we're airing
Are
out.
they trolling?
Okay. Weird. 1 second. Alright then. Now that that's done with. So we've got dagger spray, which is essentially cleave. Deal 4 damage to all enemies twice. So 8 damage to everybody, not bad. Flying meal, deal 8 damage, next turn gain energy, which is also a good attack. And then you have a unique card specific to the silent, Blade Dance, add 3 ships into your hand. Ships, as you can see there, they cost 0 energy, so you can play them for free. They do 4 damage, and then they get out of your deck once you play them. A ship deck is very strong. I've won plenty of Ascensions using it, so I will absolutely take that. Outmaneuver, next turn, gain 2 energy. This card is good, upgraded. Other than that, it's pretty meh. Tactician, unplayable if the card is discarded from your hand, gain energy. So if you have a discard deck, this is worthwhile. Otherwise, I just generally never pick it up. And then you have backflip, gain 5 block, draw 2 cards. I like card draw, so I'm gonna take that. I'm greedy, so I'm gonna take the box. We got Dreamcatcher, which is something. As you walk into the room, you hear a gurgling and the grinding of metals. Before you is a slime-like creature that ate too much scrap for its own good. From the center of the creature, you see glints of strange light, perhaps something magical. It looks like you can get some treasure if you reach inside its opening. However, the acid and sharp objects may hurt. So this one, we can reach inside, lose 3 HP at a 25% chance to grab the relic or get out. I'm going for it. Ouch. All you find is corroded metal and a bit of burning pain. However, you're still convinced there's a relic, so we lose more HP, but our chances of grabbing it go up. Alright, rip to me. Lose 5 but 45. Sure, okay, I'm getting owned. Lose 6 for 55? Okay, finally, jeez. After rummaging through the metal and burning acid, you finally grab a hold of a relic and yank it out. You pull your way out of the ooze, damaged but rewarding. Honestly, for a toxic egg pickup, that is absolutely worthwhile. I will take that. Like I said, the silent character loves its skills, so being able to pick up a relic that automatically upgrades them on pickup is beautiful. Like, that's about what you could ask for, really. And now card removal, gonna get rid of regret, just hate that card. Leg sweep is pretty good, apply 3 weak and gain 14 block. It's quite a bit of block. And then on top of the block, you're making them weak, so you're getting 14 block, plus you're making them deal 25% less damage. So it's like 14 block plus 25% damage mitigation. And making them weak for 3 turns, so the next 3 turns they do less damage. A little on the expensive side, but a very good defensive card. We're gonna take the heal because we took the damage. It'll also activate Dreamcatcher for us. So we have prepared, draw 2 cards, discard 2 cards. If you're doing a discard deck, that could be worthwhile. Reflex, you can't play it, but if it's discard, you can draw 3 cards. So you can see how you could throw prepared, and then if you draw reflex, you throw that out. all of a sudden you just drew 5 cards in one turn. And then there's Calculate Gamble, which is discard your hand, then draw that many cards. This is the one I like. It's free, and if you just grab a bad hand immediately, you're like, I'm just gonna throw it away and get a new hand. Normally, when that's not upgraded, that exhausts, so its upgrade is very much so worthwhile. And we did actually manage to get through all 3 question marks without a combat. As you can see, all of these guys are 1 HP, even as elites. So we can just bully them for once. Feels good. A lantern, beautiful. Free additional energy on our first turn. One calculated gamble is probably good. And 2 is pushing it, but honestly, I would still take it. Slices just do 6 damage for free, which is good early, but falls off very quickly. So I'm going to go ahead and take another calculated gamble. Getting a little full on those, which is not really what you're looking for, but hey, that's just us. So this is the more unique card for the Silent as the base card deck goes. Neutralize is an attack that does 3 damage and applies 1 weak, making it so they do 25% less damage. So it's free damage, and you're lowering somebody else's damage, all for free. I would say it's honestly better than Bash in terms of like the Ironclads. It's free, it does slightly less than half the damage, but you make them weak. I mentioned it's free, so yeah, pretty nice. Pretty much drew all our block there, so not much we could do, but ended up going the block route. He's trying the buff, so I need to punish him, but one of the things about the Silent is the Silent is a lot more of a defensive slash more played back character, I guess you would call it, as opposed to the Ironclad, which was just beef me up with strength and then let me just pump stomp everyone. The Silent is a lot more calculated, I guess you could say. So we got our Blade Dance here. We can use this to burn off his block there. Of course this man is going to live with 1 HP, because of course you are, so we're just going to mitigate some of that. And just accept we're going to take some damage there, not much we can do. Now his unique starter relic that he has is, at the start of each combat, draw 2 additional cards. Honestly, a pretty weak starting relic. At least the Ironclads had sustain his. This is, you draw 2 additional cards 1 time in the entire fight, and then after that first turn, it becomes useless. So I would say the Ironclad has a better starting relic, but I still wouldn't say that either are, like, good. Yes, another unique thing to the Silent has poison. Now what poison does is, you apply it and it ticks down every turn by 1. So if I apply 7 poison, it's going to be 7 poison damage the first turn, then 6 the next turn, then 5 the next turn. You get the idea. It's like factorial, essentially. Except additive and not multiplicative. Otherwise, that would be absolutely insane. So, essentially, poison OP. Also, it goes through block. Forgot to mention that. It does straight up HP damage. Which, for enemies that solely rely on block as their main form of surviving, it just kind of bypasses it completely, which is pretty nice. Now, we did pick up a relic over here, this Eternal Feather. For every 5 cards in your deck, heal 3 whenever you enter a site. So whenever you go into, whenever you go in the heal, or whenever you go into the rest site, you'll end up healing 3 each time, so that's pretty nice. So go ahead and neutralize you, so you'll do less damage. We can leg sweep you, we can strike you, and then strike you again. Now we want to poison you. The thing about poison against the slimes is that when they split, they don't carry the poison with them. So it's a free cleanse for them, but it's honestly probably still worth it. We definitely could have split him better if I was more patient, but I'm not, so here we are. Now these guys are giving me a free turn the wheel on them here. Our hand was not great there, so I ended up using the calculated gamble in order to give ourselves a better chance at actually being able to do more damage, which kind of works. We did an extra 6, but not exactly what I was looking for there. Again, not really what I'm looking for here, Gabe. So we're gonna go ahead and throw that away. We ended up getting our damage out of it. Which, poison in terms of turn order will tick before these guys attack. So, like, I can just leave this guy to die the poison and expect not to take the 7 damage from this guy because the poison's gonna tick and then they attack. And go ahead and throw down some more poison on this guy. Give me a block and give me my shivs. Blade Dance is just strictly better than strikes, so I just play that every time. Phantasmal Killer. This is a really nice card. Next turn, your attacks deal double damage for free. I would say this character honestly just has a better deck than the Ironclad. The Ironclad seems very forced into specific deck styles, I guess you'd say. Not to say that the Silent here isn't as well, but I still feel like his is more versatile just due to the amount of options you have. Blur is very nice. Gain 8 block. And block is not removed at the start of your next turn. So it's essentially a carry over block. Hey, kitties, calm down. Hey, go ahead. Don't claw. What are you doing? Oh, boy. Alright, you guys chill over there now. You good? Alright. She was just laying there, low-key. How dare you? What? Alright, so block. Blur, good card. I underrated it for quite a while, but it's actually pretty good. These guys we've seen before, so no explanation really needed for them. We can go ahead and throw our defense up. We can throw up Phantasmal Killer. Okay, now you guys are going to start messing with the stream. You get out of here. Okay. There we go. They're chilling for a little bit now. So we have enough block now, so we can kind of just wail on them. Now, we did set up for next turn, in which case we do double damage. The problem being is that it's only on physical attacks, like our strikes and stuff like that. Which, naturally, we only pulled one of them, so of course, we're not actually going to get real benefit out of it. Also, this man's going to live with 1 HP unless I use poison on him, which is overkill, but what I have to do in order to make it happen. He did make me vulnerable, which allowed this guy 9 damage instead of the 6, and I only had 8 blocks, so I lost 1 HP there. Not a huge deal, but in alternative runs, that could be a death, which sounds very troll, and it is, but I was digging real deep for some cards in there, and I just did not get them. Alright, so this guy's dead. I literally could just not play a card, and this guy will die because the poison will activate first. 0 cost 7 block is not bad, but it's already getting outscaled, so I'll let him have that. So you... Poison... The game tends to be very stingy on giving out poison at times. I'm not sure why exactly, but it does. Poison, at least from what I've played of Slay the Spire so far, a poison build, when you actually have everything you need for it, is actually probably the most broken build in the game. Because the thing about the poison builds is that they scale incredibly well. When I say incredibly well, I mean, like, absurdly well. There we go. Like, instead of additive, we're talking multiplicative. So, if you understand the idea of multiplicative versus just additive, you can see how a build like that can get insane pretty quick. Just cannot punish this guy this turn, huh? Okay, good, we have calculated gamble. Actually drew, like, every block in the book. Gotta punish this guy early. Absolutely have to punish this man early. This guy is, like, a straight-up run killer for the Silent. Because the Silent is very skill-heavy, and this guy scales every time you end up using a skill, so you can see how that could become a problem quite quickly. Give me this. Give me this. See how we do here. I forgot we had Phantasmal Killer on there, so it worked out. 300 gold, you love to see it. I'll take Dagger Spray because I want the AoE. We just healed the full thanks to Eternal Feather. Upgrading shibs is just like the way to go. Although Neutralize is pretty good too because you get 4 damage and 2 weak, which is not bad. Dagger Spray, fine choice as well. Those are like the only real cards I would say for upgrade. We got like 0 real cards going into this boss fight. I am absolutely not a fan of that. Go ahead and make this man weak. Play my top cards here. Ooh, I got Phantasmal Killer out of that. You love to see that. You can only hold a certain amount of cards, as you can see right there. It said my hand was full, and I ended up losing some shivs out of that. But that's okay. Alright, so we have Blur, so what we're gonna do is we're just gonna stack up a whole bunch of block, because as we've seen before, this man likes to hit way too hard, but thankfully we have Weaken on him, bringing him down to, 24 damage, which is, I would argue, still a little too much. Thankfully, we have enough to take care of it for this turn. I would say our real problem is behind us now. We took his largest hit and lived. So, a good majority of our issues should be out of the way here. Might be a little too early to be saying that. We'll see. Dagger Spray. Give me Blur. Give me Leg Sweep. Here's the thing where we see it so far, right? I can live through his attacks, but I'm really doing, like, no damage to this man. In which case, we'll more than likely have to go through another rotation of that. Which is fine, assuming that we pull the block that we need to. But if we don't pull the block on the turn where he decides to hit exceptionally hard, all of a sudden we've got a problem. A big problem with that. Let's see if we can roll into some damage here. Oh, that's beautiful. While we have Phantasmal Killer on. Beautiful. Yeah, this is awful turn, but alright. Yeah, this is the turn I was concerned about here. At least we knocked him down to 18. I can use my Swift Potion, see if we actually pull anything good here. It's passable. I mean, we actually haven't even taken any HP damage, so we're probably gonna get through this fight alright. But it was certainly not our strongest attempt, shall we say, just taking this guy out. Which already shows me issues I need to fix in the next stage, which is I need to get actual cards. Like, I have the relics now, but I need the cards to be able to do it. After Image is very good. Whenever you play a card, gain 1 block. It is fantastic for ship decks, because shibs you can play for free. If you have an upgraded Blade Dance, you get 4 shibs. So if you get 2 of them in a deck, you're essentially, or if you get them 2 in the same draw, you get a free 8 block, well 9 block, because you play the original Blade Dance card, in which case you get 5 procs of it, so you really end up getting 10 block while getting 8 attacks out of it, so pretty good. This one is bait. This one is just bait. Replace your ring and you start with an additional 1 card. So you draw 3 cards at the beginning instead of 2. Woo! Like, is that 1 card really gonna make the difference for you? Probably not. Gain energy at the start of your turn. You can't use potions anymore. We had our fair run with potions, so... Gain energy at the start of your turn. All enemies start combat with 1 string. Now, this is not as bad as it sounds. They literally just get +1 damage every fight you go into, which for some enemies means more than others. Some, it's just +1 damage. Some of them that do multi-attacks generally benefit off this pretty well, but really not too concerned about it. So I'll give them that 1 strength. I'm not scared of no ghost. Who are we fighting? Oh, good. Okay, I know who that is. Well, our deck's gonna need to get a little bit better, a little faster. That's all I'm saying. And by a little, I mean a lot. Thankfully, we start with so much energy on our first start because of the relics that we ended up being able to pull. Go ahead and give me some better cards here. We have Blur on, so throwing the clock on actually does help. Go ahead and just keep breaking that armor off, man. Just keep breaking that armor. Phantasmal Killer, that's pretty much what we're looking for here. That's generally gonna be our kill card. As you can see, there's certainly some enemies that the Silent here excels at compared to our Ironclad friend. So like Shibs, they still count in taking off this man's plated armor. So where he has like 14 and our dude could hit maybe like 4 times an attack, like our Silent here was hitting, if we pull like both our blade strikes or blade dances, we'll get 8 attacks. So instead of taking off like 3 or 4 plating armor at a time, we're taking off 8 when this man has 14. So you can see how that works out. Also, my poison goes through his plated armor and hits his life points directly. So we can send him straight to the Shadow Realm easier. Got him. Acrobatics is a very good card. Just if you ever want to cycle through your deck, put like essentially 2 of these in your deck, and you're pretty much good. It's just how much it gives you. Now this guy becomes a joke with a poison deck. There's a reason why they give him 3 artifact. The idea being is that poison goes through his block, in which case this man only has 20 HP, so by 3 turns, poison would kill him. If he didn't have those 3 artifacts, in which case I gotta get 3 poison procs on him in order to be able to get to his actual HP with poison. Certainly easier said than done. But we have a lot of cards to work with, so we can maybe make this work. Or we could just grab set of cards, that works too. This guy thought he was tanky. No, we're the tanky ones here, thank you. This guy thought he was the tanky one. Imagine not having 39 block, what a nerd. Thankfully we have the blur up, in which case we kept our block there yet again, in which case we were able to mitigate a lot of that damage. Oh, we pulled shibs on our phantasmal killer turn? Oh baby, it looks like you're dead. Yeah, so shibs, pretty strong. Just a little. A choke is very good with shibs as well. A shib deck is just extremely strong. I don't know if you noticed, but so choke, you do an immediate 12 damage. Whenever you play a card this turn, it doesn't matter any card. You can play a skill, you can play an attack, you can play a power card. They all apply. And the enemy loses 3 HP. If you upgrade it, I believe you do. Yeah, you make them lose 5 every turn. So if you use this and you have an upgraded Blade Dance, just off of the choke attack alone, they'll lose 20 HP if you use all of your shibs, plus the 12 damage that immediately does. So this 2 energy card becomes a 32 damage card. So yeah, that turns out to be pretty well. I want some more energy though. We have enough draw cards to where energy makes it worthwhile, because we got 2 calculated gambles, we got an acrobatics, so the ability to just run through our deck is pretty good. So we actually picked up a poison relic off of that, which is nice. I don't have much poison in my deck, but whenever you apply poison, apply an additional poison. What a fitting relic to get right into this next fight, too. I don't know if you guys noticed that reading up there. Probably not through the marking there. But it says Snecko Skull. And look who we're fighting, Snecko. You don't have anything to say about this Snecko? I'd be a little concerned if I were you. Oh, you're making attacks free from me now. Snecko, you should have. Give me a color of this card, I guess? Oh, Sadistic Nature on the Silent is beautiful. Whenever you apply a debuff to an enemy, they take 5 damage. Doesn't seem like much. But when a debuff, when poison counts as a debuff, when weak counts as a debuff, when vulnerable counts as a debuff, and this man can do every single one of them, it can be pretty good. 3 card, 5 block defense, get out of here. Oh, come on, I just need some cards that aren't 3 cost, man. Snecko, why are you doing this? Okay, there we go. Oh, now you're done for, Snecko. Cards that I can actually afford? Oh, babe. Cards I can actually afford? Oh, yeah. It clearly doesn't happen often, but when it does... Poison... Everything's so expensive. Okay, good. We did just enough for poison to finish them off. Poison is honestly too strong. Poison is just very good. It's just too good. It's just guaranteed damage because, like, outside of having artifact, nobody's safe from it. Nobody is safe. Go ahead and throw this curse out of here. Who needs those? Give me all of my blur. The unique thing about this guy is that he has malleable, which, whenever you do damage to him, he gains 7 block, and then every time you break his block, it increases it, but then once his next turn resets, it starts back at 3. So, basically, you just want to hit him as hard as possible within as few attacks as possible. This dude's about to eat all of my block. So we blade sweep him, we get out maneuver out there, so that way next turn when we have some actual damage dealing cards, we can do something with our energy. Can't grab attack cards to save my life, man. And then he keeps weakening me like every other turn. Give me my Blessings of the Forge, I'll take it. Now our cards are upgraded, so even though he's weakened us, we'll at least do a little more damage. Just a little bit, though. But the more time I spend on this guy, the worse it's gonna end up being for me. Ah, yes, let me just draw it. Oh, I don't know, 4 blocks in a row? Yeah, that's fine. The one time I have, like, a chance to actually do damage. Come on, man. Okay, we drew our poison, so he's dead. Poison isn't affected by them making me weak or reducing my damage, because it doesn't, just the way that it's calculated doesn't count as that. So that's nice. See what we can get out of this. Oh, that's beautiful. Whenever you add an attack into your deck, upgrade it. Yes. So now whenever we put an attack or a skill into our deck, it's automatically upgraded for free for us. So if we just get the Power Ache, then literally every card we pick up that's an attack, skill, or power card, they would automatically come upgraded for free for us. Which is pretty nice. Gonna go ahead and get rid of this curse real quick. This curse is not bad, but it ruins your starting hand essentially. So not like a health penalty or anything, but it could potentially be. I need like real attacks and stuff, but I just can't get any. I'll take a free Phantasmal Killer, man. Those are worth it. Go ahead and smith up here. Innate? Yes. Innate is beautiful. You just immediately start with it in your hand. So immediately I can get block rolling from the get-go. You love to see it. We still have a major problem, and that major problem is, for the life of me, I cannot grab an actual damaging card. Or at least any good damaging cards. It's actually gonna be the death of me. People are like, how? You're at like full HP or whatever, like all the time. And like, I'm telling you though, it will be the death of me. Just not being able to do damage. Weakened me, so I have to use my entire shiv set on a minion. Come on, man. Finally, I rolled a single attack, and it's my strike from the very beginning of the game. Oh boy, that's not what you want to see? That's when you know you haven't picked up enough offensive cards. Have I really been, like, offered offensive cards, though? I feel like no. Oh, good. The minion squad's getting out here, and I can't deal with them all. This is absolutely where I could die. So that card that I just picked up recently is called Burst. What it does is it plays your next skill twice. So because poison counts as a skill, it applied it twice. So now this man's got 20 poison on him, which is lethal, but I have to survive like 5 turns or so, which is not exactly easy. Especially when this man already starts hitting out for 30 already, and then his minions over here are getting buffed by him as well. I'm doing 4 damage? I'm doing 4 damage, man? Oh. I just gotta live through 5 turns. I don't even have to kill the minions. I just have to rush down the boss. I just have to be able to live through the regular minions and rush down the boss's HP as much as humanly possible before this man ends up killing me. This man's already doing 40 damage. Like, I'm taking 58 damage this turn. Had I not gained the extra clock and whatnot I did there. I mean, I'm pretty sure we lost, like, just about all of our HP to just this fight alone. So as you can see, definitely problems to be had. Our saving grace there was literally us getting burst into our poison card. Had we not gotten that, things would have gone so much worse. More blades, please. Anything that's, like, more damage. We are going to jump this boss. I just do not want to deal with them. Please, I need actual damaging cards, man. Oh my. There's not even another one anywhere else. I gotta take it just for the damage as much as it sucks to take it. Ah, boy. I can't even fight right now. I just need to heal as much as I can. Crippling Cloud. I'll take poison too. I will absolutely take poison. We're at a good enough position that we don't need to really go fight anything for this act. We still need to fight things, but I need cards, man. I need something that's actually damage. Give me the gold, sure. I figured we were going to be lucky enough to get non-3 combats in a row. That didn't seem like that was going to happen. A person can dream, though, but yeah, no, we didn't get it. Give me Blur again. Give me Defend. Give me Acrobatics. We can go ahead and throw that out. I have Phantasmal Killer on right now, so I need to do as much damage as I can here. Oh, that's beautiful. That was just enough to be able to take out one of those guys as well. Go ahead and poison him, give me my energy back. Make sure my block stays up 24/7 because these guys are scaling, which is scary. Like these guys are already doing 13 damage each. Get out of here. Thankfully, we got Phantasmal Killer right there. If we did it, that would have gone so much worse. Eviscerate is not a great card, but it does damage. And right now, I just need damage. What do we want to upgrade here? Good question. I still have all of my strikes and defense. That is absolutely awful. Like, when you see that, you know you're, especially going into the Act 2 boss, something is wrong. This dude is also very gross to fight. So he summons minions, which is what his question marks over his head is. So he summons minions, he debuffs, he buffs, and his attacks hit really hard. Like, he's just got everything to him. Just hit him as hard as I can right now. there's his minions. Phantasmal Killer, get my crippling poison out here. Get my outmaneuver, so I get my energy back. I just gotta stack as much poison on the boss as I humanly can. Because that's gonna be like all of my damage for him. Is just gonna be that. We can use our ships and stuff to help deal with these guys, but like they really cannot be my main priority because the boss scales, which is not what you want to see. Like I had to throw that entire turn away where I had double damage and like all of my damaging cards just because I couldn't deal with the minions fast enough. Like my best attacking move right now is the daggers, which is just sad. It's so sad. Each one of those did 3 damage to him. It's so sad.
Hold on.
And I don't know, I was getting food in a hotel room.
Alright, one second. What's going on here? Alright, that should actually fix it there. Let's see what was going on. I can't pull damage to save my life, man. My entire chance of winning this boss fight depends on, like, me pulling burst plus poison again. As sad as it is. I do so little damage. I do so little damage. Like, if I die on this run, it's gonna be because I literally just could not pull enough damaging cards. Yeah, boy. Juice at least a little bit of what damage that these guys are doing. Ow. We might, like, honestly just be dead. Like, there's really not much I can do here. All the faith is just, like, coming up and getting enough poison to do what I need to do. I think he's about to debuff me again, and I just straight up literally pulled only defend cards. Like, if I had not picked up blurs when I did, this run would have died ages ago. Alright, we dealt with the minions yet again, thankfully. I basically have to make sure that I pull blur every turn, otherwise we are going to be in such major trouble. Alright, well we did get that turn, so that is... thankfully you didn't attack that turn, but I also don't have my... my defense rolled over to this turn, which means that we're just dead. This man's going to live with 7 HP, 8 HP, that's upsetting. That was honestly a good run. The only problem was that we just did not get any damage cards. Like, when your best damaging card is Dagger Throw, and Dagger Throw is a base 8 damage card by the second boss, even if I beat that boss, I was probably still dead, because unless I could change up, like, my entire deck before I had gotten to the next boss, it was not happening. Okay, I see why. I see what the problem was here. So I didn't have these cards. And, these cards are insane. Bane, not so much, but Catalyst and Corpse Explosion is insane. So Catalyst doubles the enemy's poison, and then it, deletes itself from the deck. The thing is, when you upgrade it, it triples an enemy's poison. Triples it. So if I give them 10, hit them with this, it's gonna give them with 30. Now, the here's the even crazier thing. You can stack Catalyst on Catalyst. What do I mean by that? So if I hit them with 10, I hit them with like regular poison or whatever, I hit them with 10, I hit them with the Catalyst, they go up to 30. I hit them with the second Catalyst, they go up to 90 poison. Think about that, 90 poison. And the poison only goes down by 1. So if they're at 90 poison, next turn they're getting hit by 89 poison. Next turn they're getting hit by 88 poison. All of a sudden, you're doing, what is that, like 250 plus damage in 3 turns? Purely off of poison, too. So this is, as soon as you get the poison on them, it is no effort on your part past that point. 250 damage over 3 turns. So yeah, Catalyst is a bit insane thinking of it like that. And then you have Corpse Explosion, which is insane in a different way. 2 energy costs, so a little expensive. Apply 6 poison. That's less than your regular poison. You're like, what's the good thing about it? When the enemy dies, deal damage equal to its max HP to all enemies. Now, based on the wording, you could think of it as it makes it seem like they have to die the poison in order for it to actually activate, but they just have to die. So you can kill them with a regular attack, you can kill them with a relic effect, you can kill them with anything, and when they die and you have Corpse Explosion on them, you deal damage equal to their max HP to all enemies. So you can pick out the strongest enemy in the group, hit him with this, and then if you kill him, it essentially wipes out every other enemy within that group. So you can see how Corpse Explosion and Catalyst are pretty good. Now that we actually have cards that legitimately give you a chance to win, let's go ahead and go back in. Not saying you could have won it on the first run, but considering our best attacking move was Dagger Throw by the second boss, you know, something don't seem quite right. I'll take a random common relic. Never mind, I'd like to trade it back in for my relic and give me a good one? No? Okay. Well, how do we want to go about this? Ew, I'm forced into that side road up there? Not really. Usually, at least a tip for me, I would say whenever you see a road like this where it's literally just one line, I would highly suggest never taking it. Unless you're like extremely strong. The reason being is you can't zip out once you take this left road over here. So like if all these question marks were fights, you'd have one fight, this original fight, another 2 from the question marks, another 2 from the enemy. So you go through 5 fights, worst case scenario, heal, go into a boss, go into a regular enemy, go into potentially a question mark, which could be another boss, and then another heal, or go into another boss. So you can see how it's a death road, I guess you could say. So, yeah, no, generally, at least if you have one way that you can redirect yourself, you've got something at least to work with there. When you're forced into just that one lane, I would say you're pretty much asking for death. Like, you really can't do much at that point. At least when you have an extra road you can jump to, you can be like, oh, well, that didn't work out. At least I could go over here. Potentially, it'll be better. And when you're stuck on that one road, it's either you're getting through it or the run's over. Like, there's really no in between here. The merchant's too far away. If the merchant was closer, I would take this gold. But doubt it's not as bad as regret, but it's still pretty bad. At the end of your turn, gain 1 week. So if you have a small deck, you're going to keep drawing up Dow, which is going to keep giving you 1 week, which is going to keep lowering your damage that you do. So if you have like a thick deck, if we're talking like you got like 30 cards in a deck or something like this, the chances that Doubt really does anything to it is not that much. When you have a deck that's 13 cards, that will absolutely mess you up. kind of are just bullying this guy right now. I don't really know what's going on with him, but I'll take it. Probably one of the cleanest fights we've ever had against that dude. We're actually getting much better attacking cards than we did last time. This one, it's a remove a card, transform a card, or upgrade a card, I believe is the options. I always take transform when it's this early. The reason being is removing a strike is fine, right? Like, it's just less damage to pull from. You could get rid of a defend. That's less defense you have to pull from. You could upgrade a strike and do an extra 2 damage or an extra 3 damage, similar to defend, which is pretty meh. Or you could potentially transform the card into a more useful card. Like we got Doppelganger right there, which is actually considered a rare card. And what Doppelganger does, it's an X card, and you spend X amount of energy. So if you use 3 energy, you draw an additional 3 cards next turn, and you get an additional 3 energy. So it's like, which one would you rather have? A strike for 6 damage, or an extra 3 cards and an extra 3 energy on the next turn? Of course, it exhausts, but by that time, you probably got what you need. And if you don't, that's really unfortunate for you. Yep. Just threw every defend in the book. Just cannot possibly get these out of my hands close enough. I didn't need to take that damage right there. I had 1 more energy than I remembered I did, because we had a whole bunch of flying knees, which gives you the extra energy. Question mark, enemy, question mark. We kind of have a decent amount of damaging cards right now. Absolutely. Upgraded the worst cards you possibly could have there, game. Thanks for that. No, don't upgrade the flying knees. Don't upgrade none of that. No. Why would you do that? Alright, well, not so lucky on this question mark. Fair enough. Can't expect to get lucky every time. So we're gonna have a ton of energy on this turn. So much energy. We're gonna smack this dude up a little bit, and then we're just gonna basically just play everything in our hands there. We're gonna take a little bit of damage, but it'll be alright. This guy's starting to buff up already, which is not what you want to see, so, like, I need to get rid of this guy quickly. We just drew our entire deck of defense right there, so it shouldn't be possible, which we did get away with. Phantasmal Killer, for sure, give me one of those. Gremlin Horn, beautiful upgrade. You'll love to take it every time. There's no reason you should never not take that relic. No reason why you shouldn't. Merchant. See, the funny thing about Bag of Preparation, start each combat, draw additional 2 cards. It's literally the Silence starting relic. Literally the same thing, just in a different image. Of course, they made it so that way other characters like the Ironclad and the Defect and ones like that can have access to the Silence main starting one, but it's still really not that worth it. Do we have anything worthwhile? We really should start getting rid of strikes and stuff like that. It did have to be the upgrade strike, though. Of course it did the upgrade strike. Of course you would. Now why not? Whatever. Go ahead and upgrade my cards, because of course she's lost one. Upgrade Phantasmal Killer, so that way it's free, so that way it can guarantee that it gets played at some point. Do Predator, Flying Knee, so that way we can get the damage out there. This dude's in his baby rage phase. Phantasmal Killer counts as a skill, so it upgrade his damage just a little bit. We're doing enough damage quickly to where we might actually be able to kill him this turn, depending on how many defense we draw, which is apparently already too many. You know what? You want to take that 27 damage. We're going to use our ship potion, get out of my face, and probably one of the easiest we've ever cleaned that guy up. A free phantasmal killer every turn? Or every starting hand? Don't mind if I do. Do not mind if I... I'm going to upgrade all out attack because it's an AoE, and 10 damage AoE is good. It's not killing people. 14 damage AoE though, that's a definite kill potential right there. Of course we didn't run into any like that, but still good to have regardless. Alright, so it's either do 6 damage or set up our next turn to be better. Let's set up our next turn to be better when we're doing double damage, shall we? Oh, it's beautiful. We're gonna do so much damage to this man. Whose mans is this? He lived with 6 HP. That's so unfortunate that we took so much damage for that, even though that went as well as it did. Again, another upgrade that really just not upgrade any of my good guards here. I'll take it. I mean, a free upgrade is a free upgrade. It's definitely allowing us to do a lot more just because we have access to the extra damage. But it definitely could be better damage. Oh, really? At the time I get double damage, I literally have 1 attack card. Come on, man. Yeah, that's kind of concerning, huh? I'm gonna have to ask you to do all of none of that, thank you. That was a very bad split. Both of these guys have 60 HP. That was such... It needed to happen because that was a lot of damage, but like, it clearly was not that great of a split. Not that you always have the most control over that, but... Well, there's our all-out assault actually working for us for once. We also just split this man again. It was a better split than what the main slime was, but it wasn't that much better. Alright, use this, take this guy out. Give me a little bit of defense here. We're gonna heal the full anyways. So I really shouldn't be as worried about it. I'm too used to the higher ascensions where you don't heal as much after Pact Boss. And yeah, that is certainly something. Alright, so we split him at 16. Still not great. This boss is really not that bad. He can be bad, though. But as you can see right there, we had 1 AoE attack, and that really did a lot for us. Doubles the effectiveness of potions is not bad. It's not great, but it's not bad. Calling Bell upon pickup, obtain a unique curse and 3 relics. You get 3 relics out of this for a curse, which is pretty good. The thing about this curse is that you can never remove it from your deck, but you get 3 relics out of it for a just a dead card, a single dead card in your deck. It's a pretty good relic, but I think we're honestly strong enough at the moment with all the upgraded cards that we got just from roaming around to where I think Black Star is going to be worth it. Of course, I need to actually be able to get to any forms of elites. We got like 2, maybe 3 in a row, depending on how well we do in the fights up until then. It would be you immediately. Of course it'd be you immediately. Thankfully that's upgraded, so we're only going to end up taking 1 damage out of that assault there. Still a little annoying, but I don't know. And throw that all the doppelganger. I should have thrown up at least a block for that, but we've got a lot to work with on this turn. Like, we just straight up killed it. You know, just a little bit to work with. Remove a card from my deck, yes please. Get rid of my strikes every day, especially when they're not upgraded. Of course, the one strike I threw away was upgraded, and as soon as I pressed it too, I saw it and I was like, oh, come on. Alright, so we can knock you down, so you're not attacking anymore. I'm not too concerned about you now. I need as many of you on the ground as is possible. The fact that we were able to knock 2 out of the air is pretty good. Whether or not we'll be able to pick up on that is a different story, but clearly we were. Just that one AoE card, man, that upgrade we did on it is doing work. See what we got going on here? Oh, that is perfect. Enemies in elite combats have 25% less HP. So we're getting double the relics, and they only have 75% of their HP going in there. Oh, you love to see it. We have 0 poison in our deck so far. At least give me a little bit of poison to work with. A little bit of poison. Just so that the enemies that are just straight up annoying to only physical attacks we can do something about. Like, I don't know, a random peppermint floating around in the air? Yeah, something like that. Alright, so that guy's pretty much dead, and we've already got, and he's already dead. We have 6 energy, and we're doing double damage this turn. Man, starting off with Phantasmal Killer every turn is, like, instantly is so good. Burn this man's block off. Get him out of here. Oh, of course you're gonna live. Of course you're gonna live. That's gonna get negated, so I'm gonna take almost half my health for really no reason, but that's bullshit. Gonna have to go without a heal? But then if I don't go over there, then I can't fight anything. But then even if I do win, I've got to win bare minimum like 3 fights or something. We're gonna have to dodge that one. If that dude didn't hit me there, we would have had the opportunity to go through there, and I wouldn't think I would have died. But because he hit me as hard as he did, sadly, I have to dodge it for the time being. That's alright, we pulled all our blocks that turn. Now it comes the time where we pull all our damage cards. Oh, it's beautiful. And then Doppelganger for next turn. Yes. All the damage. Give me all of your damage. This dude is so dead. He's actually so... It's crazy to go from like that last play where we were just like the most defensive person ever to where we're just outright just owning people. We're just like, we're just laying them out. Now those are some good upgrades. It's a shame that it took as long as it did to actually get like a single worthwhile upgrade, but we got it. No, never. Oh, just give up half your max HP in order for you to get some good block. Like, nah, I'm good, fam. You know what? You guys lose your strength for a turn. I ended up picking fruit juice up there, which is just, here's free 5 max HP for drinking it, which is pretty nice. Deal 40 damage. even outright kill this guy. Like, you're just dead. The thing about these guys, though, is that when you kill the healer, this guy kind of just attacks for, like, the rest of it, for the most part. Like, the rest of the time that you're here, which is kind of annoying. He's also not getting healed anymore, either. So. Still took quite a bit of damage out of that. And of course I drew absolutely nothing the turn that I, you know, had double damage, because of course, that draw in this game, either it's blessed or it's just absolutely cursed. Like, there's really no in between with it. I could pick up burst here, but what would I do with it, though? Most of my damage is physical this time around, so I guess I don't necessarily need it. Could pull out the rest of my strikes, attempt to. Start each combat with one artifact? That could be worthwhile. Who am I fighting? Oh yeah, that might actually be worth something for this boss. I wanted to fight this boss, but this boss I'm gonna need HP for. Nothing out of that either. Alright. Alright, this dude is, like, I don't think I've ever gone into this boss and been like, I could just absolutely destroy this guy. Like, he just has so many things. Like, he's got everything covered for him. Like, that was 32 damage, and this man's HP bar just did not move at all. That guy, bring down the damage a bit. We're gonna take this damage. It is what it is, but we immediately got rid of one. Just about to get rid of two of them here. We got rid of the minions really fast before this man could even debuff me, so that's nice. Well, we took down a third of his HP, but his HP bar really just does not show any of that. Now he's gonna do 31 damage to me. Oh boy. Nope. Alright, you're only gonna do 11 damage to me. That was about as good as I could. Stop hitting so hard. Jeez. Calm down. Just calm down. It's because I'm frail or whatever that I'm taking so much damage. Oh, here we go. Duplication person. Next card is played twice. Deal 40 damage. Hold this L. And my man is... We did 80 damage in a single card, and this man is still standing. Like, this dude is built different, I tell you. I think he's trying to summon minions again, which is fine, because that's, like, I'm just gonna ignore them and go after it. Yeah, you're just kinda dead. Yeah, the scary part about that guy is that that's him essentially on easy mode. Like, that man, that's on easy mode. That's all I'm saying. That was easy mode, and he still legitimately had a chance to kill us. All of these lines are awful? Okay. So the relic we just picked up, which is, I'm pretty sure, a silent exclusive. Attacks that cost 0 deal 4 more additional damage. This is the staple of a ship build, because ships cost 0, so they're already doing 4 damage, so they're doing 8 damage now. If you're having upgraded Blade Dance, every one of those is 32 damage now, and Blade Dance only costs 1 energy. And then if you get accuracy is a power buff to ships in general, which gives them another 4 to 6, I believe, as well. So if you tack on an extra 6 damage on each ship, that's another 24, so you're getting like 56 damage or so out of each Blade Dance. So if you got 3 in your deck or something like that, all of a sudden you got 150 plus damage and 3 energy. Like, that's pretty good. Well, we hit him pretty hard, but like, other than that. Alright, now we got our double damage going on here with all-out attack. That's gonna be beautiful. Of course, if I actually had any attacks to go along with it, that'd probably be helpful. If I had any attacks to go with it, that would probably be helpful. I really just didn't pull any attacks out of that, huh? Just like, of course, all of my attacks come now when they're half damage. Alright, well, that fight's done over with. We still took almost a fourth of our HP there, which is not what you're looking for. Oh yeah, we're playing a matching game. You get 5 tries, no do-overs, and you keep whatever cards you pull. So, potentially, you can pull curses, you can pull skills, you can pull attacks. We ended up getting a free neutralize out of that. I'll take an acrobatics. A card draw doesn't... I'll take it. Alright, so these guys are gimmick. If you don't kill them in 3 turns, they explode and do 30 damage. Which, I don't know if you see my HP bar right now, but I mean, I guess we could live through 2 explosions. But do we really want it to get that far? Obviously not, right? So we're gonna have to deal with that. Hi, Allie. You gonna play with the kitties? Alright, so we're gonna take care of these guys. Why spread out the damage? Why not? We just weakened them, so 1 block is gonna be good enough to block both of these guys. We don't have to absolutely rush them down immediately, but it'd be helpful. Thankfully, we got Gremlin Horn, which is gonna essentially clear out that entire room for us, thanks to the energy it gave us for killing them all off as we did. Some actual AoE for once would be nice, huh? Some poison and access to weak. That's pretty good. I'll take that. That's about all we can get out of there. I would like to heal at some point. While in free fall, you consider your options. Land safely with your greatest techniques. Channel a power that survived the fall. Strike at the wall to hang on to. I literally just bought this. Really? Fine, take my dagger spray. I would rather have access to the poison. Boss? No boss. Do we want to fight an elite? I kind of do. We would only have to go through 1 fight before we could get a heal out of it. Let's do it. I was really hoping, like, not to see you. Was very much so hoping not to. Thankfully, we have Gremlin Horn, so maybe this actually won't be as bad as I'm thinking that it might be. Oh, really? Because you're gonna die to the poison and not refunded to me early? Of course it is. I forgot we had preserved insects, so they actually start at 75% of their HP, which is helpful. But this dude can still be quite scary. As you can see by this man's still trying to hit me for 26 damage. Like, chill, dude. Just calm down a little. Can I have some damage? How about a little more damage? I should have thrown that before I had done that, but well, you know what? We're here now. Neutralize, neutralize. Thankfully, those are the 1-cost cards, or the 0-cost cards, so they were actually buffed by the wrist blade. This guy, even with our sad baby 2 poison, we were able to kill him because he had 1 HP. Hitting him very good. Every 10th attack you play deals double damage. So if we land a double damage head niv on top of a phantasmal killer, I believe we should be doing 4 times the damage of the base card damage, which, yeah, that's a lot of damage. Blade Dance. Go ahead and get rid of these guys. I should have been Venom before I did that. So, do that right now before I forget about it. Make sure to always get Phantasmal out there. Just ended that man's whole crew. We got enough energy to play it all, so play it all. How much we could do about that turn. Gonna take a little bit of damage for it. Hit him with the Predator, and all-out attack, and you're dead. Beautiful. Bullet time. Is our deck very expensive? It's really not that expensive. Bullet time, essentially, you can't draw additional cards, but everything, all the cards in your hand, turn to 0. So for 3 energy, you can play everything in your hand. So it's like, that's when you want a massive, just like, draw, and then if you pull bullet time, then you play like 10 cards for free or something insane like that. But I just want access to more poison, so that's what I'm going for. Lizard Tail, in case we end up dying to the boss, sure. Do we want to hit up the merchant? We really don't necessarily need to. Let's take the question mark here. Receive a reward based on the offer. What card can I give you that you'd be happy with? Or I could just get rid of trash out of my deck. You know what? Take a strike. They ignored me. Well, you still took it out of my deck anyway, so get that one. Terror? Oh, absolutely. Apply 99 vulnerable, and then exhausted. 99 vulnerable, so essentially they stay weak the rest of the entire fight, unless they have a cleanse, which the act bosses tend to do so. So this guy can be very annoying. He could outright be an act boss by himself. So he has malleable, like the snake plant, where the more you hit him, the more block he gets back. And reactive, which is unique to him only. Upon receiving attack damage, changes its intent. So how people would always say they're always going to attack, or they're always going to defend, or something like this. This guy's like, no, you do whatever amount of damage to me, I'm going to change the intent. It's random, but it can either go very well for you, or it can go absolutely horribly. And when I mean absolutely horribly, I mean like it could be deadly consequences. Like, thankfully we actually got him to roll low there, because if we didn't, I was in for a rough time. because we did get Blur, we're just gonna stack up all these defense. Even though, of course, we lose out on our Phantasmal Killer because of it, but it's fine. Try and change his intent here to something that isn't gonna kill me. Preferably something that isn't gonna kill me. Calm down. 36 damage? Jeez. 16? 16 I can live with. That's fine. 36 damage, you got me messed up. 30 damage? No. 48? No. Absolutely not. Nope. Miss me with that? 15 damage. Okay, I can live with 15. Let's make that 6 in reality, though. You can see how this guy could become a problem. Like, if you get greedy and go to hit him that one extra time, and I don't know, he rolls to a 48 damage hit or something like that on a bad day, you will get absolutely destroyed. Like, that's absolutely fine. When he does that, he's going to curse me, which is fine, because the chances that he hits me with the curse, that absolutely kills me. Oh, Parasite? Parasite is fine. Parasite is, if you ever try and remove the card, you lose like 3 max HP or something like that. Like, ooh, you got me. Acrobatics for card draw, absolutely. Should have hit a regular, dude. What? They are just running me through the gauntlet on this one, giving me all these guys. These guys are rough. Alright, we got Phantasmal Killer, we've got extra draw, we've got extra energy. Let's see what we can do with this. Really not much. We literally had 1 damage card pulled that turn. Come on, man. We got a lot of setup for the next turns. So that's what Parasite does. If you transform it or remove it from your deck, you lose 3 max HP. Other than that, it's just a dead card. Really not a bad curse. Out of all the curses he could have possibly picked, that was probably one of the most mild ones he could have given me. We have Envenom on us now. What Envenom does is every time we hit somebody, it gives us 1 stack of poison on them. Which doesn't sound like a lot, but it'll add up. They still hit so hard, though. How are you guys not act bosses? It was like, these guys were act bosses wannabes. Like, what enemy should be having 300 HP that isn't, like, an elite or, like, an act boss? Because this guy is just a regular enemy encounter. That's not even considered an elite counter, so I'm not even gonna get a relic for it or nothing. This could be concerning. If I get all-out attack on the right turn, it won't be so bad. All my damage is in this one. Oops, discard that immediately. Just gonna go with a no on that one. Go ahead and block up. That should be enough to block everybody. It is. Now, come on, I need all-out attack here. There it is, beautiful. Oh, it's beautiful. One more better attack? Ah, well, you know what? It honestly did better than I thought it would for me, so I can't be too mad at that. We could have taken so much more damage in this fight had it gone worse. Not that we didn't get absolutely bullied in that fight, though. Like, yeesh. Another blade dance, and then if we get into venom with it, that could be worth something. Not even for like shiv damage, but like just the poison that's gonna attack. Alright, so no new deck enough. So this guy, I believe, always attacks and the circle buffs him. So you want to get rid of the circle first, and then you want to get rid of him. I don't like you hitting me for that heart. Alright, you have artifacts, so that got negated. Of course it did. I don't suppose you want to get negated again. Where'd your artifact go? Oh, you don't have it anymore. Seeing that one going. Give me my dexterity. Gonna take a little bit of damage already, which is not good. Upgrade all of these cards, that's probably fine. Give me my shivs. This guy, the donut's gotta go. The donut is giving people buffs, and I just cannot be happy with this. Ow. They're still getting hits through, which is awful. Terror this guy just because he's not immune anymore. Throw this out to get rid of his artifact. Did we ever even get the offer of Catalyst on this run? I don't think we did. Can't draw a block to save my life. So we have a big problem here. I can't draw a block to save my life when I actually need it, which is gonna get me killed. Like, I might actually just be dead right now. I'm not dead, but I'm getting very close to it. Okay, well, not much I can do about that. Oh, okay, I guess I'll just die then. Alright, I have Lizard Tail. Yeah. Is that gonna save me? I very highly doubt it, but... I can't make poison work. I just don't have enough available to it. In case that somehow that 7 block pays off for me at the end, I don't see it happening, but on the off chance that it somehow is. Alright, we finally got back to Phantasmal Killer. That took forever. Oh, this dude's about to do 38 damage to me. Okay. Alright, well, I guess I'll just die then. So what was the problem there? We just never pulled block when we needed it. Really, I mean, I can't do much about that. I had a little bit of card draw to me, but I just didn't have any good block is the thing. Like, I was still working with regular defense, which is not what you want to see. Alright, so that's everybody unlocked. We're gonna go ahead and end up calling it here for the day. As always, go ahead and throw this one out here. Exclamation mark socials. There's my Twitter. Go ahead and follow that if you guys aren't following that already. That's generally where you're gonna get a majority of the news. I wasn't sure if I was gonna end up streaming today, so I didn't want to throw anything out there because I had more people come through the house and whatnot, so I didn't know when they were coming or how long they were going to stay or anything like that, so I ended up just not dealing with it. Or we dealt with them, and then I just didn't have a set time in mind, so at least we got the stream out there. A decent stream as well. I mean, we got like 4.5 hours in. Not our longest streams, but I mean, it's just, you know, it's right there. Underneath that, we've got my YouTube channel. Absolutely go ahead and go check that out. If you're liking the Elden Ring content that's been going up, I've got a Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3 entire playthrough, killing all the bosses, as well as Bloodborne, as well as the DLC on all of those. We have an entire playthrough of Elden Ring on there. If you're a fan of Resident Evil, we've got all of Resident Evil 0 through 8, as well as Code Veronica and Revelations 1 and 2. Basically everything Resident Evil you can find on there as well. If you like the lighter stuff, we've got Pokemon Legends of Arceus. We've also got Pokemon Shining Pearl. And there's a few other hidden gems light in there for you as well. So go ahead and check those out if you want to. And make sure to like, comment, and subscribe, because we're going to have almost 2,000 views on the channel. Count them, 2,000 views. People are going to be like, oh, like 2,000 views. Like, yeah, okay, whatever. Like, fair enough, right? But also, if we got almost 2,000 views, why do we only have 8 subscribers? People are slacking, man. I don't know what to tell you. It's literally a button press that takes like 2 seconds to press. It doesn't cost anything. It's free. You literally press it once. You never have to press it again. And yet, people are so adverse to pressing it. I don't understand. It literally costs you nothing. You press it once and you can literally forget about it for the rest of your time, even accessing YouTube, and yet it would still have the same impact. I just don't get it, man. But yeah, if you do go over to the YouTube channel, please do like, comment, subscribe. It tells YouTube to actually push it out to people, so that way more people can actually watch it and whatnot. Alright, so that's the Baby Rage ran over. Underneath that, we have my Discord channel. Definitely go ahead and join that if you want to. It's another way for you guys to be able to get the news on when we're going to be streaming, if we're going to be streaming that day. And just if you guys want to hang out and chill, by all means, we can go ahead and do that. If we want to do a co-op playthrough or something like that, I could see us doing something like that. Although that would need some decent amount of planning, especially around when I'm going to be streaming for those days and stuff. So that would require a bit of communication. But I mean, Discord would be like the way to do it. I've always got it open somewhere, whether it's on the laptop or the monitor, on the phone, anything like that. Basically, Discord's on me 24/7. So yeah. And of course, follow me here on Twitch. We're up to 21 followers. That it's real sad boy hours, I tell you. We're getting close to, I think, 8 or 9 months now for 21. Bruh, that's less than 3 followers a month. 3 followers a month. Come on, man. You really can't press the follow button one time and never have to press it again? I know it's like Baby Rage or whatever, but like, it's just like, I mean, we've got over 200 videos on YouTube now. We've got over 500 plus hours of streaming content that we've done already, and yet we can't get anybody to press a single button. Like, serious? And I know, a little bit of Baby Rage, but come on, man. People out here trolling me right now. Anyways, you guys have a good day, night, afternoon, whatever time it is for you guys. We'll see about a stream tomorrow. Look for it on Twitter. If you have me followed. If you don't have me followed already, definitely go follow me on Twitter, so that way you guys know what's going on. If you're not going to follow on Twitter, make sure to follow on Twitch, so that way Twitch can actually get it out to you. If you don't follow me on Twitter or Twitch, then at least join Discord. Just some way that you guys can actually get the news out there. I mean, especially, if you guys want to be in the know, then like there's your way to be in the know. That's all I'm saying. All right. You guys have a good one. We'll see about a stream tomorrow. Make sure to look out for it on Twitter. And that being said, you guys have a good one. See ya.